I'm going live on YouTube. Hopefully it works. And then we're going to do a live Q&A. You guys can ask me any questions. But the focus of this is to upgrade our outreach. Hopefully it works. And then we're going to do a live Q&A. You guys can ask me any questions. But the focus of this is to upgrade our outreach. Hopefully it works. And then we're going to do a live Q&A. You guys can ask me any questions. But the focus of this is to upgrade our outreach. Okay. All right. I want you guys to tell me in the comments. I need someone to tell me if the YouTube link is working. This is my first time doing this. Zoom is a new platform and we're learning it.
What I'm going to be teaching you in this workshop is I'm going to, much like a student of this subject, I'm going to bring together like a tapestry everything that I believe has already been laid out before us by those who have done this for longer than us, like Gary Yourofsky, and from the work that I've done myself, and from colleagues like Joey Carbstrong, who we have in the building here today with us. So I'm going to tell you what I think are patterns, common patterns that we can all apply within our outreach, and I'm actually going to give you a truly adaptable approach for everybody, okay? And the reason why it's an approach for everybody is because I'm actually not going to give you Paul Bashir's special approach. I'm just going to tell you what I've observed, what I've analyzed within the movement that is tried and true and works no matter who uses these tools, okay? So that's all I'm doing. I'm just telling you what I've observed that's worked and what I've practiced myself and I know works. I'm going to start at the top though. I'm going to start with the definition of veganism, because in our movement currently, everybody seems to have their own definition. Have you noticed? Right? Does this bother you guys? Do you wish we were all on the same page about this? Yeah? Okay, well, I'm going to attempt to do that right now. So the actual definition, if you go back, all the way back, only pertains to animals. It's a way of living that excludes all forms of animal exploitation. In other words, you live a life anti-animal abuse, just like you would be anti-racism, anti-child abuse, anti-any other injustice that subjects people to oppression or others to oppression. Does that make sense? It's very basic, isn't it? It's very simple. Somehow our movement has conflated this with other things and we've made it more confusing. We've conflated it with health. We've conflated it with environmentalism. And it seems to get further and further away from animal rights, when in actuality, it is only about animal rights. And the only reason why we talk about the health and environment aspects is because animal abuse is the biggest injustice in the world, to the point where it does impact our health and the environment. That's how large the injustice is. So we should really be focusing on the core problem here that's creating the mess that we're in, the problem that's leading to our environmental crisis, the problem that's leading to our health crisis, not talking about the health and environment to get people interested. I'm also going to talk about why that's a myth. Vegan activism, I'm also going to define for you in a very simple way as put by Gary Yourofsky. You simply speak for animals in the same way that you would want to be spoken for if you were in their position. And whenever in doubt, you only have to remember this if you forget why you're doing this. If you lose your way in the heat of the moment perhaps, just remember that you're speaking for animals in the same way that you would want to be spoken for if you were in their position. Does that make sense? Yeah. Pretty simple stuff. This will help you not to get sidetracked, because there's a lot of bullshit in our movement right now that will get you feeling different ways and thinking different things. You will get distracted, I'm telling you. So just remember, that's all you need to do as an activist, is speak with that in mind. The other thing I'm going to tell you is to stop being the new and start being the tried and true. Stop thinking that you have a special approach that works better than other people, because that's also ruining our movement.
I love that I'm
this ego. Lots of people tell me to do what Earthing Ed does. right? I understand where they're coming from. They think that they know better, right? They think that they know something that works better. But how many people here feel confident to do what Earthling Ed does? Raise your hand. Not one person. Everybody I've asked this question likes to view what he does, learn from what he does, but could never see themselves doing anything remotely close to what he does. Because he speaks too patiently, he's so well educated, he's got that British accent that you can't mimic, right? It makes him sound so much more intelligent. It makes it seem like you have to do this for years before you can get to that level. So we need to stop trying to achieve a special approach that ticks all the boxes. What we need to do is just stick to what is tried and true. So I'll get into that a bit more. Tried and true just means nuts and bolts, things that always work in every circumstance, no matter what your approach is. Sure, there are some people out there that think that they can do what Earthling Ed does, and they resonate and they feel confident to do that. But most people don't. In fact, I've never heard anyone actually say that to me. But certain things do apply to everybody, and that's what I want to talk to you about today. A lot of people say that my approach, Joey's approach, is too aggressive, too direct, and too extreme. Well, they don't say too direct, actually. That's just the truth of it, is just direct. But they say too extreme, too aggressive, making the vegan movement look bad. Now, I just want you guys to know that everybody has the right to their opinion, but they don't have their right to facts. Right? You can't tell Joey that he's not an effective activist. You can't tell him that he doesn't actually convince people to go vegan and to take animal rights seriously. If you try to claim that, you're a liar. You're lying to yourself and you're lying to everybody in this movement. So then what's really happening here? Why are people saying this then? If we're really effective in real life, why are people trying to tell us that we're not? Like, that seems counterproductive, really, doesn't it? So the reality here is that people are projecting their own insecurities onto activists like me and Joey, because they could never see themselves putting that much truth in that conversation they're having with someone and holding someone to account at that level. They see that as confrontational and perhaps fighting words. They think it's fighting words, like someone's going to fight you if you say this to them. What I'm going to show you today, again, this applies to everybody. And I'm going to show you that the things that we actually say to people don't cause the kind of reaction that you would fear. They actually cause people to respect you a lot more, and more importantly, to respect the message, which is why we're out there. We want people to take this message seriously, don't we? Right, so another thing I'm going to explain here is the difference between aggressive and violent. Because these two words have been conflated and people think that being aggressive means that you're violent, but it's not true. In fact, if you look at the definition of the word aggressive, it just means that you're driving forward and getting something done. People use that in sports all the time. Oh yeah, good quarter, he was really aggressive. Does he mean that he was violent and beating people up in that quarter? Obviously not. He just played with a lot of aggression and he got it done, right? So aggression is not a bad thing. In fact, if you look at what's happening to the animals and you don't feel angry, I would say see a psychologist. There's something wrong with you. If you're not angry, you're not paying attention. So anger is completely normal in this situation. Nobody should ever make you feel ashamed. Put your anger into activism. And the only thing that has given me fulfillment in my activism is effective activism. So when you put your anger into activism and you find success in your activism, you will feel fulfilled. Like I said before, this is really simple, but sometimes we get lost in minutia, we get lost in the source, and we forget how simple this stuff is. When it comes to morality, there's this idea out there that it's subjective. I don't buy into that at all, and I think that that's problematic to our movement to think that that's the case, because morality is very black and white. In the instance of child abuse, you would never have a day where you go over to this side and decide that child abuse is okay, right? It's never going to waver. It's always going to be evil. There's never going to be a day where you think murder is okay, rape is okay, or any of the things that I could list, right? Does everyone agree with that, disagree with that? Yes. Right, so morality is black and white, right? Like my t-shirt, right? Yep. So when people try to stump us and go, yeah, but there's a gray area to this that you're not considering, you're not open-minded, that is a distraction and a manipulation tactic. And you should know better. Because when it comes to animal abuse, there is no gray area. How can you justify this? You can't. It's important to have that in mind when you're dealing with people. Okay, so also, there is no excuse under the sun that could ever be thrown at you that will truly stump you if you keep in mind what I just told you and everything I'm going to tell you. So you should never feel stumped by anything that's thrown at you, because the excuses, no matter what they are ridiculous. Ridiculous. All of them. Did you know the circle of life originates from the Lion King? Raise your hand if you knew that. Nobody.
Because you told me.
Right.
The other day.
Did you know that? You had a feeling. Why doesn't anybody talk about this? Why are we letting non-vegans say this shit and not holding them to account for this? Your reason for abusing animals comes from the Lion King? Morgan Freeman, he said the circle of life. Now every non-vegan says it to justify why they kill animals. I mean, this just goes to show how comical this is, right? So just remember, no matter what excuse you get, there is nothing that can stump this. I'm going to talk to you about why focusing on being liked as a vegan is a massive flaw. In no other circumstance do we go out into the world and we think being liked is more important than the task at hand or the mission at hand, right? We also know that people don't really like people who care too much about being liked. We actually like people who don't care about what other people think of them, right? Isn't that how the world works? Why is it that every vegan currently, though, focuses on being liked as a priority? Doesn't really resonate with the way the world works, does it? So we think if we say the right thing, do the right thing, and the person that we're talking to likes us, they'll go vegan. What happens when they don't like you anymore? All right? They go back to abusing animals? It doesn't work. Even if they did like you and that was the reason why they went vegan, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. People respect the truth. And have you ever heard the expression real, recognize real? It's like a urban saying in hip hop, real, recognize real. That's a deep expression. When you say something to someone that's truthful, they find it familiar. That's why they don't react in a negative way that you would expect, some kind of aggressive manner. It might be negative in the sense that it won't be the answer you're looking for, perhaps, because they're still conceding through excuses, etc. But you're never going to get this response where people say, oh, what? You're holding me accountable. I'm going to, fight with you or whatever. Hudson in the back over there. Can you please tell them, you're 18 years old, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you've been trying this method. Look how small this guy is, right? He's approaching people twice his size and telling him, you're a hypocrite, you're an animal abuser. Has anybody ever been aggressive to
Not
you?
one person. I've gotten more respect doing this approach than I ever have. These people don't see me as some politician trying to sell them something. I'm just a normal dude who's just trying to fight animal abuse, and people respect it so much.
Again, you guys need to try this out for yourself before you know this to be true. That's the only way you'll know this to be true. And the other thing is, in this movement, we think that veganism is about love and compassion. And we don't talk about the fact that it's merely a justice issue. Being a non-racist isn't about love necessarily. It's just wrong to be a racist. It's an injustice. And we don't love every child in the world necessarily in order for us to be against child abuse, right? We just know that it's wrong no matter whose child it is and which child it is, right? So the same thing applies here. But I also want to explain how this approach that I'm talking to you about right now is actually the real form of love and compassion that we can give to people. If you really want to break it down and be honest about what love and compassion is, you don't lie to your friends. When you pander and you focus on being liked as a vegan as a priority and you say things that compromise on the message, well, in that scenario, you lost, right? Because you're focusing on getting love and compassion rather than giving it. Does that make sense? You want love and compassion from this animal abuser you're talking to because you want them to like you so much. But you're not extending love and compassion for the victims that are involved here. And also, you're not extending love and compassion to the abuser. That's what we're out there doing, isn't it? Educating people, giving them an opportunity to wake up to this. We're not forcing people to go vegan on the streets. We're talking to them, and through discussion, we hope that they'll wake up and go vegan, right? So education is the most compassionate thing that you can offer anybody when they're the actual victimizer. They're the abuser. What we usually do with criminals who are abusers and victimizers is we put them in prison. We're out on the streets talking to them, trying to help them to waken up to the crimes they're committing. Does that make sense? So this is the best form of compassion that there is. Have you ever heard the expression, you never lie to your friends? Right, now extend that to the public. To me, that's compassion. If you don't lie to your friends and then you extend that to the public, right, and you just simply focus on telling people the truth, that's compassion. That's why people don't respond in the way that you would expect. That's why people will respond with respect in response, right? Now, I'm going to get into something that I did start talking about. We promote a sales approach, a value-based sales approach. When I first started out, I noticed a lot of similarities between what people say in the sales world and the training that you get in sales to some of the things we do on outreach to convince people to take animal rights seriously. So I tried to gel the two together, but I think I've created some confusion in doing that because it's created this idea that schmoozing people into veganism and tricking them with these, like a special approach and saying certain things is going to trick people into being vegan. And this is something I need to squash, and that's one thing I'm hoping to squash this year well and truly, because what I mean by sales is convincing somebody of something that they're not already convinced on. That's all I mean by sales. And I'm also trying to bring over things that are applicable from the sales world into this, so to see what tools can carry over. One of them is a method called feel, felt, found. Okay? I'll also talk about the traditional sales approach, but just one tool I'm going to give you right now is feel, felt, found. When someone says, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but meat tastes too good, so I don't think I could give up meat. Now, only use this tool in circumstances where it's authentic, where you can really relate to what the person is saying in terms of what you went through when you first went vegan. Don't just use this willy-nilly. Use this sparingly, and only use this in those circumstances where you can actually relate. So if they say, oh, I just don't think I could give up meat. Well, in that case, I understand how the person feels, so I would say I understand how you feel. I felt similarly when I was in your position when I first started looking into this, but what I found is you could never justify slicing an animal's throat, stabbing them to death for a sandwich that I don't even need to eat no matter how much I like the taste. And you bring it back, so you take it away from this trivial nonsense to the reality of what we're talking about. And you anchor it in that way. Again, don't use this too often. It's just something you should use sparingly. But again, it's just a tool that comes from the sales world that is applicable here. Make sense?
I can't imagine myself just not eating meat anyway.
Well, I understand how you feel because I felt similarly when I first started looking into this information. But what I found is that your palate pleasure that you derive from a food item cannot justify the torment and the suffering that we actually cause to those beings.
Yeah, for sure. That's kind of horrific how many animals we kill and how we kill them.
Yeah. All right, now the three-step process, I'm going to teach you, again, this is the only two things I'm telling you from the sales world, the feel, felt, found method and the three-step approach. The reason why I'm telling you about this three-step approach is because there's a traditional sales approach for every sale that occurs, and I'm just going to, again, nuts and bolts, I'm going to take you through that traditional process of how it works. The first step is to get somebody emotionally convicted in what you're talking about. The best way to do that, connect them to the sense of injustice and hold them accountable to that injustice. That's the way you get them emotionally convicted in what's going on. The second step is to make it about that individual, because people love to say, well, take it up with the government, or these industries should be doing better. We should be protesting these industries. They try to palm it off to someone else and instead of taking responsibility. This is a typical human thing, and that's why it's your job to make sure that they understand that they are in the hot seat. They're the ones who are being held to account right now. So don't let them think that this is up to the rest of the world or just food for thought for them to consider. The third step is to tie in the benefits. Now, I've had some improvements here, some developments, and the evolution of my workshops has led me to scrap the initial benefits I used to talk about, which was, the first benefit was you no longer have to have this on your conscience, but I realized that's pandering. Because when you say that, you're assuming that the person has this on their conscience. You're making them a good person when they haven't even taken action yet to be a good person. That's pandering. I used to say you also will have improved health if you do this properly and you eat a whole foods diet. Mistake, because I'm conflating animal rights with health. And I used to say it's better for the environment, right? If you want a smaller footprint, this is going to be better for the environment. So yeah. All these benefits, you know, it's a tick for all of these things. Again, a mistake, because I'm conflating animal rights with environmentalism. Now, all we say is that the number one benefit for you being vegan is that you no longer have to be an animal abuser. You no longer have to be a hypocrite, because you say that you're against animal abuse. When you're vegan, you live in alignment with those morals that you say you have. That's it. That's the number one benefit. Isn't that the number one benefit that you each got out of this? Was there any other real benefit for taking animal rights seriously? That's the number one reason why you continue to do this, isn't it? Because you don't want to be an animal abusing hypocrite. So that's what we should tell people. Let's not lie to them and say that we all love to be so healthy and environmentally friendly. That's not why we're fucking animal rights activists.
Yeah.
Right?
Also, we're activists because we don't want to enable animal abuse further. I don't want to be an animal abuse enabler. That's why I'm not apologetic, you know what I mean?
Right.
So
Can you expand on that? What do you mean?
Well, when I went vegan, I was no longer an animal abuser.
Right.
But instead of being a neutral vegan, I'm now an activist.
Right.
So I don't want to enable animal abuse either.
Yeah, you want to stop it.
Be neutral around animal
Yeah,
abuse.
right. Okay, yeah. Right on. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a really good point, because we do have to also speak up about this, and people are less likely to feel compelled to speak up about this when you make this about the environment and health as well. Also, we don't have much time with these people. We're on the streets talking to them for 5 minutes if we're lucky, right? So why would we bring anything else into the conversation other than animal rights? There's only one truth bomb we need them to wake up to, and that's animal rights. If you start bringing up health and environment in that little short time that you have with them, they're now thinking about multiple things, aren't they? They're not thinking about animal rights as seriously and as focused as they should be. Plus, the vegan movement is already filled with environmental messages and health messages. We don't need to be another entity doing this. People already know about the health aspects of this by now. People already know about the environmental aspects by now. So this is also about acting in accordance to the temperament of the times, right? It's outdated for us to be talking about that now. Let's get with the times and just focus on animal rights, which is what this movement was supposed to be about from the beginning anyway, but we lost our way. So it's our responsibility to bring it back here and anchor it back to what it's supposed to be about. Guilt is effective. It's the only thing that gets people to go vegan. People say you shouldn't be shaming people, don't guilt trip them. How else are we going to get them to go vegan? How else are you going to get people to take animal abuse seriously if they don't feel guilty for what they're doing? And how are you going to get them to feel guilty if you don't bring up things that make people feel guilty? Like, you are an animal abuser. If you just suggest that they might be an animal abuser, like as a food for thought philosophical discussion that you have at a bar usually, they're not.
Instagram, you got to come and join me in Zoom, please. There's the link in the bio. All you got to do is click on our profile, go to our bio. There's a link right there. Come and join me in there. There's questions that you can leave for me in the Zoom room. the questions will stay in there, and I will answer them, and I will answer them once we stop watching this workshop, once this is done. So they will stay in there and they will get answered. If you're not able to stay for the whole thing, you can watch this back as it's recorded, and I'll answer your question at the end, and you'll see it back when you watch it back. So please go over to the bio, click the link, and join me in the Zoom room. That's what this watching party is. And that's where the Q&A will happen.
Not going to take it seriously at all, right? It's just food for thought. Yeah, that guy made some good points. They walk off, right? That's it. That's all it ends up resulting in. We don't want that as activists, do we? We want them to really take this issue seriously. And again, it's not malicious. We're not trying to make people feel guilty because we get off on it. We're trying to make people feel guilty because we care about this issue. People also pick up on that. We've got our heart in the right place. Yeah? Unless you're being egotistical and you just love being right and you like owning people in the moment, then the person might react differently to how I'm suggesting. But as long as your heart's in the right place and you're just trying to wake people up to something that's obvious and is obviously wrong, then people won't react negatively. Here's the thing, there's a myth being perpetuated in this movement that people don't care about animals, so that's why we talk about the environment and the health, right? Have you fallen into this thinking? Anybody? I have. Yeah. This is, again, a huge myth that's been perpetuated in our movement. If someone doesn't care about animals seemingly, it's usually because you're not effectively advocating for the animals. That's it. It's because you're not speaking boldly enough about the animals and you're not holding them to account enough for what they're doing to the animals. If you do all of that and they don't have anything inside them that cares about animal abuse and it being done in their name, then talking about the environment and the health is never going to get them to take animal abuse seriously. I promise you that. In fact, to the contrary, people who you focus on environment and health with, who then take that serious and become environmentalist vegans, or I'm vegan for health, whatever the fuck that means, those people are harder to talk to about veganism because they think they're already doing it, right? And you say, but you wear leather and I just saw you eat some cream in your coffee. Yeah, but I only do it once a week and blah, blah, blah. But what about animal abuse? You said you're a vegan, so don't you take animal abuse seriously? That's a bit extreme. I don't need to hear all that. That's a bit too much. I already do my part. But if they got the message from the beginning that there is no alternative to this, you are either an animal abuser or you're not, then maybe they would have gone in the right direction. Same thing with vegetarians. How many people have spoken to a vegetarian that won't listen? All hands go up. People think vegetarians are closer to our cause. They're closer to what we care about. People tell us this all the time. Vegetarians are on our side though, we just need to give them a bit more information and then they'll go vegan. Yeah, okay. Then you step into our shoes and you realize when you talk to these people, they feel entitled. They feel like they're already doing enough. And how dare you ever tell them that they're not? That's the attitude they give you. So why is this? Because we've been promoting that vegetarianism is enough. It is okay. You are an animal defender if you're vegetarian. Vegetarianism is cancer. It's a cancer to our movement. It is, just like reducitarianism is or flexitarianism is. All of these things are cancers to animal rights, to animals getting the justice that they deserve in this world. So when you talk to a vegetarian, they're exactly our target market. Right? If they say, don't worry, you don't need to talk to me, I'm already vegetarian. A lot of Indians say this, a lot of people in general say this. Okay, you're exactly who we need to talk to. We're not promoting vegetarianism because vegetarians hurt animals. All right, I'm going to explain human psychology, just a little ponder I wrote down one day, okay? Little thought I thought was important to realize. But this is perhaps why people feel so defensive when it comes to this. Number one, if someone's guilty, they're going to be defensive usually, right? Have you ever noticed criminals being pulled into an interrogation room and the police are asking them the tough questions? Yeah, that's how people act when we're outreaching people, because they're guilty. and they know they're guilty. It's obvious that they have committed crimes. They've probably just ate a burger before they talk to you, right? So I'm going to talk to you about why it seems like a complete nightmare to talk to non-vegans sometimes, okay? When it comes to eating, it is the most intimate connection that we have with the outside world. Think about that. This is why we see people getting a lot more cognitively dissonant and defensive over the food aspect of veganism, as opposed to the clothing or testing aspects. More people are willing to accept that wearing fur is evil, but when it comes to changing their habits, their eating habits rather, their defensiveness is truly astounding. I know you can all relate. This is what I experienced when I was promoting a plant-based diet only for almost 2 years before I became an animal rights activist. And I need to say that because I don't want anybody ever talking to me about why health is a better way to advocate, because I did it for 2 years straight. Guess how many people to this day are 100% plant-based because of my actions? Anybody? Guess. Yeah, exactly 0. Not even one that I can credit. For 2 years, and I was active as fuck. I was online, I ran a blog which is still up on Tumblr. It's called The Health Cosmos if you want to go check it out. Recipes, I had recipes for days. I was consulting with people. I ran a Twitter account with 700 plus followers. I was really doing my thing for 2 years. Not a single person. No matter how much science I talked about, no matter how much disease I talked about, people don't care about their health. I don't know why we think people care about their health. How many people here eat a 100% whole foods diet? Raise your hand. Not a single person. How many people eat lots of vegan junk food? Raise your hand. Half the room. Okay, why do we expect non-vegans are going to give a shit about their health then? Right? This is not a health message. People feel just the same after they go vegan. They don't feel that much better health-wise. We just created this myth or this idea because we want people to take animal rights seriously. Let's be honest. That's the only reason why we started talking about this shit. So, when you couple the fact that we are addressing the largest and longest standing injustice on the planet and the most pressing issue of our time, plus the fact that you're addressing the most intimate connection that people have with the outside world, well, you got to expect a nightmare, right? So hopefully that helps to put it into perspective for you why people respond the way they do. This isn't an animal conversation that you're having with people. It's not about animals necessarily and how people feel about animals and do you have a dog in your home or a cat in your home? Surely you have some compassion for animals. Forget about that conversation completely. This is an accountability conversation. People have blood on their hands, regardless if it's an animal or a human. It's a living, breathing, sentient being who suffers in the same way that we suffer, that the person you're talking to suffers. So this is an accountability conversation. You don't have to love animals to be a vegan, do you? Right? We say this all too often though. If you love animals, you don't eat them. You don't eat your friends. Animals are my friends, you would never eat your friends. All these messages are polluting the idea of what this is about. You don't have to love black people to not enslave them, do you? Do you? You just have to understand basic fairness and justice among all of us. That's all you have to do. Same thing applies here. Same exact thing applies here. So accountability is just holding people up to the crimes that they're committing. That's all you're doing as an activist. And that's the other thing I want to say, is that I've been saying, forget about this special approach idea. I also just want to say that you need to understand what your role is as an activist, what your function is, and that is, and I'm going to make it easier for you to understand, is to simply be a medium of truth. Truth won't prevail in this world unless people are speaking it into reality and acting upon it. Truth exists in our world, but it doesn't act on its own. It just exists. It only acts when it's brought into action by those who are mediums of truth, and that's us as activists. We speak the truth over and over, repeatedly, like a broken record, like a chorus that fills the environment, and then we act upon the truth by getting people to take action, by getting ourselves to take action, by going out into the streets and talking to people. Does that make sense? That's all. That's all you need to think about as an activist. You're a medium of truth. People say sometimes, I only eat meat once in a while. So I'm going to go back to the reducitarian nonsense, okay? The difference between never and once is the difference between good and bad, right? So if people say, oh, I need a little bit of meat, okay, well, you're only a little bit of an animal abuser. Those animals are only a little bit dead. All those animals you just enslaved and killed once a month or twice a month or whatever, how do you justify that? Right? So if it's only one animal they kill a month, focus on that one animal. How can you justify killing that one animal? No matter how small the issue is in their heads or how big it is, there's blood on their hands if they're not vegan. So just remember that you don't need to let anyone off the hook unless they're vegan. No one gets off the hook unless they're vegan, okay? Only respond to objections, but don't bring them up. I've made this mistake more than anyone, by the way. Again, I'm telling you what I've tried and what is true as a result of my experience. I've done this a lot, but you might start bringing up things about animal rights and different perspectives in the conversation, but they haven't brought anything up, right? So I'll give you an example. Sometimes I'll say something like, I'll answer their question, and then I've got them thinking, and while I've got them thinking, I'll keep going, right? And I'll go, yeah, and veganism is not a perfectionism pill, right? It doesn't mean you cause zero harm to animals. You know, I walked over to talk to you, I may have stepped on a bug by accident, right? I'm not going to stop being vegan now. You know, it's about causing the least amount of suffering that's practically possible in this world. I didn't need to bring that up. He didn't ask. So this is really important. Keep it simple. This is another thing that comes from the sales word, actually. Keep it simple, stupid. KISS. Because the longer you make it, the more you add to the message, the harder it is for them to consume it. So you have to make sure that you keep it as short and as simple as possible. Only bring up points that are relevant to what is happening in that interaction. You've got to ask questions to find out where they're at, and only speak to where they're at. Make sense? Whenever you're in doubt, this helps me a lot. Whenever in doubt in these arguments, sometimes you get a little bit sidetracked and you start maybe doubting certain aspects of your argumentation. Whenever in doubt, just compare this to any other injustice. And it's really that simple, because people already understand that child abuse is wrong, and nobody would ever label themselves a child abuser unless they're a psychopath. So compare this to child abuse and you'll be fine every time. Animals are really no different to children, actually. They are our children. We're supposed to be taking care of these animals. We're supposed to be their protectors. That's what parents do, right? So this is really not that much different. When I was saying don't bring things up unless it's brought up by the person that you're outreaching, also don't bring up statistics. Minimal amounts of statistics possible, please. Because we're not expert, especially if it's to do with the environment and health. I don't even use those, because we're not environmentalists. We're not experts in environmental work. We're not environmental activists, are we? We're not health activists either. We're not out there as nutritionists trying to give people the science and education on nutrition. The only reason why we're talking about that stuff is because it's supposed to help the animal rights message. What we are experts in, or trying to become experts in, is animal rights activists, right? That's what our focus is. So I want you to remember that minimal statistics is better. Less is more in these circumstances. And the last thing I want to say is two things. Words to use, words not to use. Now, we as vegans know about the word speciesism. Who here does not? Raise your hand if you've never heard the word speciesism. Okay. The word vegan and the word speciesism, the word carnism, these words are either misunderstood or confusing to people. So I would say use these words, but use them, I want to say sparingly, and focus way more on what these things actually mean. And the words that I've actually become more accustomed to using is human supremacism, because that puts into context what this is really all about. And animal abuse is also the other thing I like to talk about mainly here, because at the core of this, when you're telling someone, so what do you think? Are you going to go vegan? It's actually more important to say, more effective to say, so what do you think? Do you think you'll stop abusing animals now? Needlessly? Way more powerful, right? And isn't that what this is all about anyway? So let's be more accurate. And also I could have said, so what do you think? Do you think you'll give up being a human supremacist today? Human supremacism is at the core of this because you think you're so important and so special compared to these other animals. That's really what speciesism is. But I like human supremacism more because it more firmly and accurately describes it. Yeah? Now I'm going to take you through a interaction, because I've been talking to you about a lot of things here, but now I want to take you through a standard interaction from start to end, just so you can get an idea of what it would be like. Another thing I'm going to say is that I think that you should always keep it anchored, because non-vegans will take you for a ride every time. When someone's feeling guilty, they'll anchor the conversation the way they want it anchored. And they may even be doing this subconsciously. It may not be conscious, it may not be malicious, but because their guilt is flaring up, their defense mechanisms are at play, and they're trying to anchor the conversation somewhere else. Oh, but I heard that parents fed their children a vegan diet and killed them. Right? It's a distraction. All these things are distraction. Oh yeah, I don't know much about that, but that sounds like a stupid parent to me. Right? It's just stupid parents who don't know how to feed their children properly. Back to the conversation though. Right? But how do you justify killing animals needlessly? Just to make an example. Always anchor the conversation back to animal rights, and more importantly, back to the animal abuse that that individual is committing. So always anchor it back into accountability. And you always find that people will either try to slide their way out of the conversation, or they'll be ready to face it. But either way, the truth needs to get told to that individual. Another myth is that outreach interactions are only successful if the person says, yes, I agree with you. Like vocally says that to you. But why do we think that that's how people go vegan? You know how people usually go vegan for real? The ones who go vegan for real? They go, and they walk off. That's probably the best response you're going to get. So you should see those as successful interactions. Successful interactions are when you say the correct thing on behalf of the animals, regardless of what they say in response. If you've held them to account accurately, if you've said all the correct things on behalf of the animals, that is a successful interaction. Why? Because that's the best you can do as an activist. Whether they wake up to it or not and choose to live in alignment with the morals they said they have to the vegan outreacher that they just spoke to is up to them. If we could force people to become vegan, I wouldn't be running these workshops, trust me. I would be out there forcing people to be vegan. Since you can't force people to be vegan, then this is the best that we can do. A successful outreach approach or interaction would be them walking off, but at some point, if they go vegan on their own accord, which it will be on their own accord after you've told them the truth, then you may or may not know about it. You may not know about it, you may not hear about it. We have success stories of people coming back to tell us, but most of these people who go vegan don't end up telling us. So, a standard approach. At the Cube, we wait for people to stop and watch the footage on the screen. This helps to pre-qualify the public because we don't want to talk to everybody. Not everybody is ready and willing, like I said, to adopt this truth, to go vegan, to stop abusing animals. So we wait for people to stop and watch the footage. This helps us to understand that this person is at least somewhat open to having a discussion with us. Then we approach them. Now, don't approach them too soon as they stop. And also, don't approach them too late. So I can't give you a time period here. I'm not going to say 30 seconds on the second. Okay, use your best judgment, because somebody might stop. They might be obviously in a rush because they have kids running around and they want to go. Their husband's walked off on them or whatever. So you know that they don't have much time there and it's probably not worth it. And give them 10 seconds, they'll probably walk off. If they're still there after 20 seconds maybe, approach them. But use your best judgment, and also just be patient here. Be patient, because if you rush in too quickly, it can come off looking bad as well. That always kind of reminds me of when you walk into a retail store and they go, "Can I help you with anything?" It's like, "I just walked in. Like, can I at least have a look first before I might have any questions?" So when someone does stop and they're watching the footage, we approach them and then we say, "Hi, would you like to know why we're here?" We used to say, "Have you ever seen this footage before?" Again, we've updated this. Why do we ask, "Would you like to know why we're here?" Because we need that commitment from the individual. We need this to be a two-way conversation. Would you like to know why we're here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yo, what's going on, guys? Would you like to hear what we're doing here?
Oh, sure, yeah. What's going on?
Would you like to know what we're doing?
I think I know.
Yeah? What do you think we're doing? Right.
How they get are in the sheds and stuff. Yeah.
They don't say yes to that, and they don't show some kind of affirmative response in wanting to know why we're there, then what makes you think that you're going to be able to have a successful conversation with them anyway? They have to at least be open to that. So if they say, "Yes, I'd like to know why you're here," or they try to guess why you're here, some kind of affirmative answer as to giving you the open floor so you can talk, at that point, then I'll describe what we're showing on the screen. So I'll describe the fact that we're showing footage of what happens in the meat, dairy, and egg industries and what happens in every other industry that exploits animals, that abuses animals rather. That's the other thing. Exploitation is a word I seldomly use because people translate exploitation to child slavery in sweatshops, and they don't think of it as animals getting stabbed to death and their heads cut off. They don't think of that as exploitation. So I just refer to animal exploitation as animal abuse because that's what animal exploitation is anyway. So I explain that this footage is covering the meat, dairy, and egg industries and all industries that exploit animals, including the free-range, organic, grass-fed, cage-free, humane certified industries. This is what you're viewing on the screens.
Yeah, so what we're doing is we're showing the behind the scenes of industries that abuse animals. Meat, dairy, eggs.
So what we're showing shows what happens to animals in meat, dairy, and egg industries.
So what we're showing on the screens is standard practice footage of what happens in the meat, dairy, and egg industries, and even the industries that label themselves free range, grass-fed, organic, humane certified. We're showing all of that on the screens. You have to gauge from the individual how they feel about what they're seeing and how they feel about animal abuse in general. So I ask, do you think animal abuse is wrong? Or my other favorite question is, do you think stabbing animals to death for a sandwich is wrong? What I'm getting from what you just said is that you think this is wrong?
I do.
Yeah, would you say that this is evil, what we do for a sandwich? Yeah?
Are you guys against animal abuse?
Yes, animal abuse, yeah.
Do you find this to be wrong, what we're doing to animals?
Definitely abusive.
So would you say you're against this?
Absolutely, yes, yeah.
Okay, so this is the first question to get them connecting to why we're there. And then they're going to go into their response. Oh, yeah, the response that I always get, by the way, is yes, of course. I never get any other response. No one ever says, no, I don't think it's wrong. I'm totally all for animal abuse. Everyone has said to me, of course I'm against animal abuse. Yeah, I do think it's wrong that we stab animals to death for a sandwich. But then they get into their excuses. Right? So this is where you have to respond to the objections. Yeah, but don't plants have a life as well? Yeah, but I mean, the circle of life. You know? And then so you respond to the objection, you deal with it, and I'm not going to get into every excuse and how to deal with them, because you should all know by now, I think, in this movement, there's enough information out there to find out what the response is to plants have feelings. God says it's okay, but we do have a Q&A coming up, and if you guys have any questions regarding any arguments that you're stuck on, I'm more than happy to help you with them. But I'm not going to get into that during this now. I'm just going to tell you that you deal with the objection. The excuses are all ridiculous, too easy to deal with. Once you deal with them, again, you have to anchor it back. Okay, so now we've dealt with the fact that plants don't have feelings. How do you justify killing animals? when you don't need to. So you always bring it back to the fact that there is injustice afoot. Right, so what we're showing on the screens today is footage of animal agriculture. We're showing what the meat, dairy, and egg industries and other industries do to abuse animals. Do you think stabbing animals to death for a sandwich is wrong? Yes, I do. Now, the response usually to this is, what do you think you can do about it? Because again, you've got them, this is very quick, you've got them on the emotional aspect of connecting to what's happening here. Not fully, but you've got them enough. You've got them enough on that point because you've started that interaction that way. What do you think you can do about it as an individual? What do you think you can do about it?
Not buy the product.
Right.
So if you think that it's evil, what do you think you could do about it?
Not eat meat or use stuff that contaminates too much.
Exactly.
Okay, and what do you think you can do about it?
Stop eating ham sandwiches. Be vegan.
Yeah? Now, usually people say, well, I guess I can stop eating them because it's so fucking obvious. But then the excuses come in. Yeah, but we've always been doing this, haven't we? Our ancestors did it, blah, 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 it's always been around. So again, back to the objection handling, but then you anchor it back immediately after you handle the objection. So how do you justify abusing animals, right? It's a little bit of back and forth in that section of the outreach. Back and forth, deal with the objection, hold them accountable. But it's always deal with the objection, go back to holding them accountable. Then at the end, you tie in the benefit. Once you've got them really thinking, stumped, they've conceded, no more excuses. Do you know what the number one benefit is for you to be vegan? You no longer have to be an animal abuser. And you can live in alignment with the morals that you say you have because you said that this was wrong. Right? So, do you know what the number one benefit is for you personally to be vegan as an individual?
I'm not sure though, but I have read a lot about it, like less fat, less, all these things. And keep
yes, there are health impacts. But actually the number one benefit for you as an individual is that when you are vegan, you no longer have to be a hypocrite. Because you say this is wrong, because it is wrong, it's evil. But if you're not vegan, you're pro-animal abuse.
Do you guys know what the best benefit of going vegan is? No. The best benefit is that you guys no longer have to be hypocrites. Because if you guys are against animal abuse while paying for this...
All right, just a short break because we're nearly done. We're almost done. I just want to let you know that after this, we're going to go over to the Melbourne workshop Q&A. This was recorded in Melbourne. We're going to do the Q&A, and then I'm going to take questions live. For those who are on YouTube, please do everything you can to join the Zoom room. Any questions you have, put them in the Q&A section of the Zoom room. Instagram, what up? I love you. So many awesome comments. You guys rock for real. Join the Zoom room. I need you in there. That's where I need your questions. So many questions coming in, but I need you to put them in the Q&A section. We're doing a watching party. We're watching over the workshop, and I'm helping you guys out with your outreach. We're doing it a little bit different. We're changing things up here. Different platform. I'm going to put the link in again here so you guys have it. Someone said they work for Zoom. Oh, shit. I lost it. Here we go. I'm going to continue playing now.
Then you guys are abusing animals. So the best benefit is that then you can just walk away from this and no longer have to be the reason that these animals suffer, and you can be against animal cruelty with your actions.
And at the end, the way that we should be closing, and this is a very, very important part of the interaction, it's very, very important that you close the interaction by asking, so what do you think you're going to do about this? Are you going to stop abusing animals from today and become vegan or not? What do you think about what I've said? What do you think you'll do about this?
I think we're going vegan. Now.
We're already, okay.
Like now.
We're going vegan now.
What do you think you're going to do about it in your day-to-day life?
not contribute to farming that promotes this kind of disrespect and violence towards other living organisms.
Absolutely. What do you think you're going to do about this? You're going to go vegan?
You know what? I am.
Yeah?
I am.
You guys think you're gonna do it? You're gonna stop abusing animals?
I'm gonna stop a lot of this shit.
You're gonna stop? You're gonna go vegan?
Yes, sir.
You're going vegan right now?
Yeah.
Today's the day.
Fuck yeah.
So you think you'll go vegan? Very good to hear.
Good to hear.
You have to close it off with that question, because you let them know what the imperative is from that point on. That you're not just going to say, have a nice day, thanks for listening, without asking that accountability question, right? Then once they answer, you can say, have a nice day. Cool? That's the whole interaction, guys. It's not that complex, is it?
Boom. Now, we're going to watch the Q&A.
All right, yeah, I'll open up the Q&A now. I'll answer your question, which is about plants first. Yeah? Plants have feelings. What do you say to that? Plants don't have a central nervous system. They don't have a brain. So there is no scientific evidence of them suffering like animals do. However, even if you were to convince us, vegans, that plants have feelings too, well, we consume the least amount of plants because we eat plants directly instead of feeding tons of plants to animals who we then chop up and eat on a plate with plants. Pretty simple. Now, how do you justify abusing animals?
Do you ever say, how would you like if I compared you to a carrot and stabbed you?
I just want to say,
that's a good one.
That is actually a better response, what Joey just said, than me saying stab a puppy versus cutting a blade of grass. I used to say that because people just say, well, I don't eat puppies. The point of this is to put them in the hot seat and make them feel accountable. The only way to do that is to put them in the hot seat by asking them how they would feel if it was happening to them. Laura, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know what's going on. Please let me know what exactly the issue is for you with the Zoom link.
I think that's the most disgusting excuse people use.
Right.
I've run over your child on purpose and I'm going to say plants have feelings.
Yeah, exactly.
It deserves to be dismissed and in disgust as well. I think that's a horrible thing to say.
If plants really did have feelings, why don't firefighters run back into the house, not to get the dog and the cat only, but to get the fucking plants as well? Ever since Gary retired, everyone's been going on this love-based approach tirade and telling everybody that's the only way to get people to be convinced with veganism. This is love-based.
Yeah.
This is truly love-based.
If someone was to rape and kill your sister, what love-based approach are you going to use to explain that to someone, you know? Like, in there defending the rapist and the killer of your sister or something, or a family member, what type of love-based approach are you going to use for them? Are you just going to say, this is fucking horrible, you dare justify the action this man took on my sister? Like, why should I be trying to convince you that this is horrible and wrong, you know? Like, yeah, it's just insane.
If they were in their position themselves, would you want a love-based approach to get you out of that oppression you're in? Or would you want someone to speak directly about what's going on and make sure you take it seriously? Once you put yourself in the victim's position, it puts everything into perspective a lot easier, doesn't it? And this is the selfishness and the actual speciesism of vegans. We think that it's more important to focus on being liked and all the other things that I've already discussed than to actually speak directly about what's going on. And in fact, it's a mockery of our own values, because we're vegan because we did take that seriously. And that's the only reason why we are vegan.
What about religion? If people are like, yeah, God.
What specifically are you stumped by?
I just think like if someone is religious and they are not vegan, that they're like the biggest hypocrites ever. Because if they say like they're so much about compassion and like love and giving and like spreading love, and then they're like stabbing animals to death, just because, like, I don't get
so
that.
That's what you need to say.
And then when
you just answered your question.
Yeah, but how do you get these people to realize what
You just said it there and then. Isn't God supposed to be about love and compassion, non-violence?
And they answer like, yeah, but love. God created this world and made human beings being stronger. And
so doesn't that mean we have a responsibility to protect those weaker than us? Why do we construe that as we need to violate others with our power? Simple question to put things in perspective. And another thing I'll say is, if they're so fervently in their belief about God, would there ever be a slaughterhouse in heaven, which is God's most perfect place?
But then they say like, yeah, but animals don't have a soul. We have a soul.
Animals don't have a soul. Okay, I would ask them to go to a slaughterhouse then. Have you ever been in a slaughterhouse, looked at these beings who are apparently soulless in the eyes? Until you do that, and then come back to me and speak to me. In no religious text does it say you must eat the flesh of animals in order to go to heaven or to be a good Christian, good Muslim, good whatever. Yes?
I just have these questions because I recently had this conversation with a guy, and then he comes up with like, yeah, but Jesus ate fish, and like, you know, all these fishermen, and like he turned, I don't remember everything, but like...
In the Bible?
Yeah, in the Bible, and if you read the Bible and...
I would say, and this is the thing, we're not religious experts, guys. So this is where I would say, sure, I've heard different things from the Bible that I could quote that actually justifies veganism, but then we would just be going back and forth about verses that we're picking and choosing, and I'd rather not do that. Really, what I would just get back to is the fact that they're abusing animals needlessly. If there's no necessity for them to abuse animals in their name, how can they justify that? If they're just only thinking they're in religious context, you know, you don't want to be a religious expert in response to that. You're not supposed to be. You're not expected to be.
I just think that's a big issue because they believe in something. So if they read the Bible and it says that Jesus ate fish, they're like, hey, Jesus did this.
Again, I could point out where it says in the Bible, and I've seen verses that say that veganism is actually the correct path.
Garden of Eden.
Yeah.
Before Jesus, wasn't it? So.
Right. Garden of Eden and heaven are God's two most perfect places. Would there be a slaughterhouse in either one of those places?
Jesus would work at the slaughterhouse, maybe, in their eyes.
Right.
And you're at the screens too. You say, look, this gas chamber. Is that Jesus working behind those scenes of this gas chamber here?
Why would God create beings?
I need to pause this. That was really profound, that point, what Joey said. Jesus would probably work in the slaughterhouses according to these people. This is something that we should say to people to really test the consistency of their views. Do you think that Jesus would work in a slaughterhouse? And the other thing here that's really important that I should have mentioned is, you know, well, we basically covered this, but one thing I could also say is there are many Christians who are vegan. In fact, the Seventh-day Adventists, I believe is their name, in California, they're one of the blue zones around the world, the oldest living people. They are vegan because they follow the Bible. They're vegan because they're Christian. So that just goes to show that this can be argued either way, and people are just picking and choosing. And this further helps to illustrate the point that people are just picking and choosing.
Who bleed, suffer, scream in agony, fight out of the kill line, obviously don't want to be killed and turned into sandwiches. Why wouldn't he just create animals that are neutral in their response, like carrots? Why would he create beings that have the capacity to suffer just like you and I do and call them food? If that's the work of God, what does the devil do? This is objection handling that should only last a momentary amount of time, and then you should get back to holding the person accountable. Any more on the religion tip that you're stuck on? Does that help you?
Yeah, 100%.
So you know all the responses now to that stupid argument, okay? They're all stupid, but you get it now.
Slavery was also in the Bible too. You know, they used to use the Bible
picking and choosing.
Slavery, didn't they? Like,
they're just picking and choosing.
Yeah, picking and choosing.
You touched on this before, but I was hoping you could just clarify. How do you measure effective outreach, that you've been effective?
An effective outreach interaction is one where you've said everything that you should have said on behalf of the animals to hold the person accountable. Whether they respond with, yes, I'll go vegan or not, is not the point. It's just, do they understand the point that you've said to them? Do they get the moral imperative? Do they get that they are accountable? They're the ones that are abusing the animals? Do they understand the solution is to be vegan? Did I satisfy your question?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, because I was thinking, I guess it's just I'm getting my head around it's about giving a really clear message.
Yeah.
And that's the point of it.
Yeah.
Not just to convince
not to just get them on anything you can, because we compromise and we say, well, we couldn't get them on the animal rights thing. They're not budging on that, seemingly. So did you know that it's really bad for the environment as well? Oh yeah, I have heard about that. And now they're nodding, now they're responding, right? You're like, oh, I got them on that. So I'll talk more about that. Yeah, it's actually really bad. And in our minds, we're thinking, well, they're gonna lessen their harm to animals, so I might as well talk about that. But what you're actually doing is setting up a trap. You're making it harder for someone to take animal rights seriously.
Yeah, because that's what I've been doing, to be honest.
Same.
Yeah. So it's just about the clear animal rights message.
That's what this is all about.
Yeah.
Again, you would never advocate, and this is just to put into perspective how asinine it is to conflate animal rights with health and environment. Can you imagine this in any other context, with any other injustice? Can you imagine someone promoting the idea that black people shouldn't be oppressed, promoting black rights to you, but then saying, did you know, and this is what they try to get you on because you're not budging, that it's bad for your mental health to be a racist? And did you know that slave ships exhaust resources? How much of a mockery would black rights be to you in your mind? You wouldn't want to also advocate for black rights because you would just sound like an idiot, talking about environment facts and health facts.
Paul, do you think that would be helpful to say that to someone who goes, oh, I care more about the environment? You say, well, how would you know, if there was these exploitation concentration camps happening that were bad for the environment, would you think that that was an injustice for me to speak about the environment in the face of those victims? Because that's what I was doing yesterday. I found I got, oh wow, yeah, that makes sense. That is pretty bad, eh? I was like, what person would you think I was if I cared more about the environment than the environmental footprint of, say, slave ships and leaving, you know, pollution in the water or something like that?
I think when I think about the agriculture industry, I don't necessarily think about this side of it. I'm also thinking about the environmental impact it has.
This isn't a regular outreach interaction at the Cube. But it doesn't matter because these interactions, this part of the interaction will happen at a Cube regardless. This is the part where you're talking about the environmental impact of animal agriculture. So this is relevant.
This has got nothing to do with the environment and everything to do with the animals' rights being taken away from them and their bodies being exploited.
Okay.
That's what veganism is. It's to do with animal rights.
Okay. All right. I always look at it from an environmentalist perspective.
Why? You don't care about them?
Well, I do care about them being abused, but
what if I was to say to you, you know, the slave ships that took all the people from one country to another to be enslaved? What if I said that those slave ships caused some environmental impact? What would that be like? What would you think of me?
Oh, terrible.
You think I was a terrible person?
I think when you talk about humans...
You'd think I was a terrible person if I thought that concentration camps caused an environmental impact, that's why we should shut them.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, should I think you're a terrible person? We're talking about the environment when animals have been raped and killed?
I don't think it takes a terrible person to fuel it. I think the times are changing, that you are seeing a shift in the agricultural industry.
Why is it changing? People are waking up to this shit, eh?
Yeah, definitely. I think this is half of it, and the other half is what I've been speaking about, the environmental side of everything, yeah.
Well, for these animals, this is the brunt of it.
Yes.
I'm an animal person. I'm speaking from the animal's position.
Yep.
And if you're in that position, I'd be fucking fighting for you too, bro.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
And what if someone said, well, let's say you're suffering in this slaughterhouse, put yourself in their position, it's a hypothetical, and someone were to say, oh, we should stop this because the environment, though.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah. Look, I'm going to tell you the most environmentally friendly thing I can do right now is go out and cull humans because we are destroying the environment more than anyone else on Earth, okay? But we wouldn't do that because it's a rights violation, okay?
Ethical concerns.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you.
The environment is it's not a non-issue. It's got nothing to do with the issue of animal rights.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And veganism.
Okay.
In case
it's an issue that we must
anybody watching this doesn't get this point as strongly as you need to, it would be just as asinine to walk up to a black rights campaign and say, what about feminism though? What about homelessness though? That's the same thing that we do when we advocate for environment or health when we talk about animal rights.
take seriously. But when we talk about veganism, we're talking about this.
Okay, all right.
And I'm saying whether we bring it up or whether they bring it up and we pander to it, it doesn't matter. Either way, we're doing the same thing that you would be doing if you went up to a Black Lives Matter campaign and you said, what about gay people though? You're changing the topic. It's a separate issue. The only reason why environment and health are a part of this discussion is because of how severe and how extreme the issue of animal abuse is in our world.
That's something I didn't know.
Yeah, the slave trade is the biggest contributor to climate change. So end the slave trade now because climate change is climate crisis.
It's horrible.
It's an embarrassing way to advocate. It's a fucking embarrassment. If I was in the animals' position, I would think this is the lamest fucking movement in the world.
The cows don't care about the methane. They care the children being taken and killed and they're being raped and murdered.
That's all they care about.
Yeah.
And do you think that an animal who's being enslaved, tortured, killed, would think that Joey is too direct or I'm too direct or we're too aggressive? I've been susceptible. Even the best of us in this fucking movement have been susceptible to this. So we understand what it's like to fall into this. I was in the Netherlands and I was doing outreach, and I remember this vividly. I was talking to a vegetarian and her friend was vegan, right? 2 girls, vegetarian and a vegan. I'm talking to them, I'm already vegan. Yeah, I'm vegetarian. Yeah, no need to advocate to me because I already get it. I'm on the same page basically as my vegan friend, right? So I said, no, you're actually our target market. We're definitely promoting veganism to vegetarians as well because vegetarianism hurts animals just the same as, a meat eater would. She was so offended. What did I just say? Didn't I just say something that was basic and truthful? Yeah, not aggressive, not hateful, I'm not malicious at all. So offended though. How dare you? And her vegan friend takes her arm by arm and walks off. Don't worry about those vegans. Creating a divide between those vegans and I'm the good vegan. And in the moment I thought, oh, maybe I was a bit too savage there, a bit too sauvage. And I started doubting myself for real. Maybe I'm missing something here. And then I realized I'm speaking for the animals. If I was in their position, I would want to be spoken for in this exact way. So when you stop listening to the critics, which are usually vegans, and you start listening to the voice of the animals, it makes things a lot clearer. And in that moment, I realized, nope, I didn't do anything wrong whatsoever. I said exactly what I was supposed to say.
Well, something to say is they're going to be criticised sometimes by other vegans for saying things that need to be said.
You will be criticised by other vegans.
They don't understand. They don't understand.
They're just projecting their own insecurities, and it's got no basis in what's effective and what isn't effective. Your hand went up first, so I'm going to respect that.
I was going to add to that. I know you've already mentioned this, but I think it's also important to be genuine to yourself. If you're not to be genuine to yourself, your own personality, you can still be direct, but you don't have to be a complete savage if it's not in your nature, because you know what I mean?
There is obviously going to be a unique way we all approach this. Don't get lost in the source, because we're all basically saying the same thing.
You can still say animal abuse in a girl's tone with your own tone or your personality, or you might be a softer spoken man, or obviously I'm a little bit forward. You can still say this is animal abuse.
Exactly.
You know, so they're fucking animal abuse and start throwing beetroot juice on people and calling it that's not what he's saying. He's saying you be honest and direct about what you're saying. You can say that however you like. How often do you see someone that's on an outreach and then someone's start losing it at the outreach?
It's rare.
Yeah.
It's rarer than you guys think. Yes.
I just wanted to say that I was one of those people.
Which people?
The people that you guys were targeting. And I was at work and I was busy and I was walking through, the shopping mall.
How long ago?
Just over a year.
Okay.
And I wasn't vegetarian. I had been in the past, but and I'm English, so I've got that smart voice, so I thought I could argue back, And this lady stopped me, and I was probably the last person that she wanted to stop because I was, rushing and I didn't want to be stopped.
Right.
And she probably thinks that she had no effect on me. and I probably walked away going,
whatever.
Sorry?
You went off thinking whatever.
I mean, I took the thing and I, watched, and I was very, obviously, because I'm here, and I haven't touched meat or dairy or anything since. She probably went away and thought she didn't make a difference, and she did to me and to my family.
Yeah.
There you go.
And I wrote to them to tell them, but I don't know whether they ever, So I guess what I'm trying to say is, just because you guys are doing something and you might not think that that person has been affected by what you're doing, or they may come across like, like I probably did, like I'm busy, I don't,
And I would argue that you're the type of person that will not go back. You will not go, I'm no longer a vegan and here's why, make a stupid YouTube video about it. You'll never go back because you understand animal rights and the moral imperative. Again, the reason why I'm doing this workshop, the reason why you're here listening to me and I appreciate it, is because the vegan movement currently is filled with an ideology where it is too extreme to just simply advocate for animal rights. So we need to change this shit.
Some people need that shock factor, I think, as well. Like the lady who I spoke to, I think she called me a killer or something, in a really nice voice though. I sort of didn't know how to take it, but I never thought of it like that. Killing yourself, something like that, and I was just like, yeah. But I was really offended, and I got really not aggressive, but because she was putting a mirror up, I guess.
Yeah.
What about when people ask the question, what about the farmers? You're going to ruin their industry, and there's millions of dollars involved, and it's their bread and butter pretty much.
Yep.
How do you answer that question?
We're glad. We want their industries destroyed. Do they have to be out of a job? Not necessarily. If they would look at this with the right perspective, we're just trying to change the product line. Having a financial gain or financial interest in an injustice doesn't exemplify you from the injustice. Yes?
You're not in the re-employment business for
Yeah.
farmers and finding jobs for them, or you're just in the animal rights business?
That's a really good point. Can you repeat that?
We don't care what the animal abusers do to stop abusing animals. Like, we're not in the re-employment business for farmers. We're here to tell you that abusing animals is wrong.
This ties into what we're saying.
It's called pandering, what you're doing there.
Yeah.
And I don't care what they do as long as they leave the animals alone.
Yeah.
And they'll work it out. We all got a job. We all worked out how to get.
What happened when the slave trade ended in America?
Exactly.
Didn't they just get new jobs?
They had a fucking war.
Yeah, what happened to the Nazi regime? Did they, oh, no more jobs. We can't do this anymore, it's wrong. The only reason they would convert is not for financial reasons. The only reason they would convert is if you hold them to account to the evils they commit.
So what is AV's stance on when vegans come up to the cube? Should we outreach them to become...
Yes, good question. I'm glad you brought this up, my man. If a vegan stops, yeah, this is good what you guys are doing. Have you ever heard of what we do? The idea from that point on is to hold them to account for why they're not taking action. Because we can have 1 billion vegans on the planet. If they're not taking action, we're not going to see a vegan world. If we had 1 million vegans on the planet that were all taking action, we would have a vegan world because we're all taking action effectively. So vegans, what are you doing about this issue? You know that this is wrong, you have made the change, what are you doing to speak up about this? If they just say, oh, I'm nothing, really living by example, well, how about you get involved with AV? What we do is we either stand in the cube or we do outreach, we speak to people who stop, give them a bit of a pitch about what we do, give them a card, tell them to look us up on the internet or to join their local chapter, and just say, if this isn't something that you find to be your style, just do something for the animals, please. Instill in them the accountability point, just like you would with a non-vegan, to do more than what they're currently doing, because everyone around you is still doing it and you don't say anything out of your own selfishness because you want to remain comfortable in your social situations. You're also guilty again. I think we'll wrap it up there. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. Q&A time. Instagram. If you're not already in the Zoom room, go to our bio, click on our profile, click on the link in our bio. It'll take you to the Zoom room. Join it. Ask questions in there. We've got 27 questions sitting in there. I'm going to get through them. 28 now. I'm going to get through these, but if you have more, join and drop them in there. What's up, everybody in Zoom? Thanks for joining and being a part of this. My first watching party and first time using Zoom for this. I'm just going to check up on the YouTube stream and see if that's going all good. YouTube, can you hear me okay? Let me know in the comments if the audio is okay and you can hear me okay or not. A lot of you have been asking questions on Instagram throughout this stream. I can't answer them all. There's too many to cover. That's why we're doing this way. The questions won't get lost in the Q&A section of the Zoom room. So that's why we're doing it this way. If you have a question, drop it in the, thanks guys on YouTube, drop it in the Zoom room. Drop it in the Q&A section in the Zoom room. I want to answer all your questions, but please work with me and do it in the Zoom room. Seems like the best way to do these watching parties and live Q&As from now on. And I'm here to answer any questions you guys have. I'm going to do this Q&A until there's no more questions, basically. Yeah, you can join on YouTube. Go over to my YouTube channel if you can't use Zoom for whatever reason. There's less comments coming in over there, I guess. Yeah, all right, let's get into it. I got questions to answer. All you guys in the chat. Drop your questions in the Q&A. We're up to 32 questions now. The link is in our bio on Instagram. If you go to our profile, you can find the link in the bio. All right, let's get started. All right, Floyd's question. The first question I have is, don't you think calling people a hypocrite will shut down a person, will shut the person down a bit? Okay, so I understand this, you know, this assumption. It's a misconception though, because you're not calling someone a hypocrite maliciously. You're not doing this out of spite. You know, you're not getting off on this. You're doing this because you're trying to stop animal abuse. And people pick up on this and they recognize that you're telling them the truth and they respect that. And that's something that you won't know to be true unless you do this yourself. When someone tells you the truth, it hits you in the gut. This knowingness, it hits you in the chest and the gut. And you know that it's true, and that's why people respect it. So people may shut down in the sense that they won't give you the answers that we're accustomed to expect on outreach when we're doing vegan outreach. But that's, you know, you guys are just, you need to pay attention to what it is that you would deem a successful interaction. So a successful interaction isn't someone saying, yes, I'm going to go vegan, or something positive and affirmative. It usually doesn't go that way unless they're really open-minded and, you know, willing to face their shit instantly. Usually the way that it happens is people will sometimes scoff, perhaps just grumble under their voice. They'll just sort of reluctantly take what you've said and move on. They'll say something like, well, you know, thank you. And they'll just sort of say it so they can end the discussion, and then they'll walk off. That's usually how people go vegan as a result of what you've said to them. So stop measuring a successful interaction by someone saying, yes, I agree with you. I'm going to go vegan right now. Because that's not usually how it happens. And therefore, you're not shutting people down if they end up walking off like that. That's you giving them the truth, and that's the best thing that you can do as an activist. You're an activist, remember that. You're not supposed to be, you know, perking people up into a cheery mood. You're not supposed to be motivating people to feel excited about life. And you're not selling people something, so you don't need them to sign on the dotted line necessarily. You're not selling people something where they have to say yes to. This is activism, and activism is very different. I hope that answers your question, Floyd. I've done it. Chucko. Marginal cases argument. I need more information about that. I'm not quite sure about it. Moving on. Some of these aren't really questions, but I appreciate it. Cassie. I may very well be at the vegan camp out if it still goes ahead. I'm sorry to hear that about you, but we are planning to be there. Well, we're not sure. It's still a question mark, to be honest with you. So I guess we won't know until this whole coronavirus situation blows over, and we won't know until closer to the middle of the year. And Joey, yeah, Joey's also planning to go. Jacob, how do you respond to people who say, I don't care about animals? I like to simply say, well, what if it was you in their position? Would you care then? We used to say, when did you stop caring about animals? That was something that we thought was a good idea to say. But usually people just say, well, I don't know, I don't think I ever did. And I guess then you could say, well, if you were a kid and you saw this happening, how would you react? But then it's going back and forth, and it's just more effective to say, well, what if, it's easy for you to say, what if you were in their position? Would you care then? It just sort of reminds them of their hypocrisy, and that's how you anchor the conversation back into accountability. Another question. I don't want to take B12 supplement. If some people have an irrational fear of supplements, Jesus Christ, you don't necessarily need to as a vegan. You only need to if your blood test results tell you that you need to. And if you don't like taking supplements, there's multiple ways that you can take a B12 supplement. You can just add it to your drinks and you won't even taste it. A lot of food is fortified with B12, so it's already in it. I hope that helps to answer your question, Jacob. I have the hardest time trying to get the vegans in my area of the world to become activists. AVs, hands down. Best of, oh, that's not a question. Again, I appreciate these. Some of these aren't questions though, they're comments. I'm going to read these before I actually read these out loud. Can you explain why being vegan is a non-action? I'm not sure why. Let me explain why. When you are not abusing animals, that means you're not abusing animals. Therefore, it's a non-action. You stop doing something that you shouldn't have been doing your whole life. That's why it's a non-action. That's why it doesn't really deserve a pat on the back or a round of applause that you went vegan, because you were never supposed to be doing that anyway. We were just programmed into this lie. It's a good thing that we are now taking action with our morals that I won't say now have, because we always had these morals. So with these morals that we remember, So it's good that we've reverted back to who we are and we're just living a sane and rational existence where we don't needlessly enslave, torture, and murder innocent beings. In the same way that you wouldn't congratulate a person who stops abusing children, you would just feel relief for the victims and you would be glad for them that it's ended. It's the same thing here. Therefore, being vegan is a non-action because you're putting the knives and the guns away, essentially. Does that make sense, anonymous attendee? If not, let me know. Another question is, do you think it's still important to mention health and environment? Because I'm on the same page, but still mention them. Well, I would say, no, it's not okay to still mention them, only unless you are mentioning. So the only reason I would mention them is if you're trying to portray just how bad animal abuse is. So because of the rate the rate and the extent of how many animals we are currently abusing, it has impacted our environment and our health to the degree that it has. It's also affected us in terms of pandemics, because look at what we're dealing with coronavirus. All these viruses and pandemics that break out because of the way that we are abusing animals. So the injustice that we now know as animal abuse is at such a rate, at such an extent, that it has effects on our environment and health to the extent that it does. And if you're explaining it in that way, then sure, by all means. But people need to be really held to account if they're talking about environment and health too much, because that's a selfish point of view and it still plays into human supremacism, because that means they're only looking at what they get out of it and only doing it for selfish reasons, again, if they are to move closer to it, which they won't anyway. And that's missing the point of animal rights completely. And we need to attack this at the core of the problem. August is asking, have you found yourself having an issue to get vegans to take action? Yes, I have, of course. A lot of vegans are neutral. All we can do is try to give people an effective way of doing activism and continue to support them in that direction, and also hold them to account just like we would with non-vegans, and let them know that this shit is still going on, obviously, and others are still doing this to animals. So why are we standing back when twiddling our thumbs when it's still going on? We need to stop, we need to stop. We can't just stop there. We need to stop acting like being vegan is enough. Being vegan is just ending your contribution, which you should have never been involved with to begin with. You didn't know better because you were lied to by society and your parents and faculties of education and etc. But now that you do know better, you are aware of what's going on. The least that you could do is say something when you have the opportunity. The least that you could do, because that's what you would do in the case of any other injustice. If it was racism, child abuse, sexism, homophobia, you would say something, wouldn't you? Hope that helps, August. And I hope that helps to answer your question. I'm not sure if it did. All right, more questions coming in. I love it. All right, here's another one. bystanders have the tendency to say that we cannot compare humans to non-humans, and I will usually say that there is no lesser evil and that injustice is injustice. Matt, if people are saying this, obviously they're saying this because they're being a human supremacist, right? We're not saying that we're only comparing humans to non-humans in their capacity to suffer, and the fact that they do deserve moral consideration, to have liberty over their bodily integrity, and to have freedom, to have liberty, basically, to live their life on their own terms. And even if there are other issues in the world that they're more concerned with, how does that justify this issue? They're just being hypocrites because they themselves wouldn't say that about anything else. You know, oh, you can't compare gays to women. You can't compare children to blacks. You can't compare homelessness to environmental destruction. Like, what does that have to do with you abusing animals needlessly? I hope that helps, Matt. Kyle's asking, a lot of times when I get into debates with non-vegans online, the argument always turns into health. I think that's because that's the only argument they can properly form. If I can prove them wrong in health, should I do it? Or should I just keep going on about ethics of eating animals? Kyle, you absolutely shouldn't, because that argument will go on forever and ever and ever. And you will never get someone to take animal rights seriously as a result of you doing that. You'll only make animal rights more of a mockery. You'll minimize the suffering, the injustice that the animals endure even more. Because if you're spending time on the health, then in their minds, they're going to think that the animals don't deserve that much attention. Plus, you can argue the health side of things successfully in the direction of non-veganism. So don't do that. Why? Because at the end of the day, people don't follow all of the scientific information when they apply health and nutrition. They really don't. Most people go on how they feel. Well, if you go on how you feel, a lot of people will feel just fine eating a small amount of animal products. I mean, we've got some people who feel good apparently eating lots of animal products. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a mute argument. I already know that it's healthier eating a whole foods plant-based diet. And I know that that's the healthiest diet on the planet. But this is a separate discussion entirely to the experience of each individual animal at the other end of this process, at the other end of this decision. So I hope that that answers your question, Kyle. Let me know in the comments if it hasn't, and drop another question if you think that you have another one that you'd like me to answer, or if it's an extension on your previous one, because I want to make sure I answer all your questions sufficiently. All right, I'm going to scroll down. Oh, okay. Question. Just had a conversation 2 minutes ago with a friend, and after I told her that I don't see the difference between a meat eater who buys meat in the supermarket or just organic meat, she told me that this is her problem with vegans. We can't see the shades. I told her that I don't see shades in racism neither. And she said that animals are below us. See, that wasn't, that was quick. You didn't even have to do anything other than compare this to some other injustice. to point out the inconsistency and the hypocrisy. And immediately her human supremacism came out. You can't compare animals to us. Well, that's the main issue, isn't it? That people don't see animals on our level morally. And so where do we go from there? Where do we go from there? Well, Anna, she may not see animals on the same level of us, but how does that justify her stabbing animals needlessly to death with her choices? That's what you need to ask her. And I hope that helps, but basically you can just return what she said. Her problem with vegans, you can just reply and say, well, this is my problem with non-vegans. They think that they're so much more supreme than animals, so much more valuable and special than animals, that they think that stabbing innocent beings to death who suffer just like you suffer is justified just because I want to eat their bodies needlessly. To eat their body parts and do so needlessly. I hope that answers your question. Okay, what about when you don't want to appear rude to the person you are talking to? When you cannot even get a word in, I have to barge my way back into the conversation. That sounds like someone who is trying to control the conversation. And this is why I say you need to anchor the conversation back. You need to bring the conversation back to where it needs to be, which is accountability. And don't even worry about whether you appear rude or not. Just speak with conviction and speak directly about what's going on to the animals. People will call you rude regardless, whether you say it in a sweet tone or not. It's so subjective whether people will read you as being rude or aggressive or not. So just forget about all of that, because if you don't want to appear rude, you're usually focusing on being liked. And I spoke about that in the workshop, and that's a massive flaw. When you focus on being liked, you're actually going to tarnish the message, because people don't respect when people are focusing on being liked. They respect people who don't care about being liked. And you are saying this for a very, very, very good reason. What more relevant injustice could there be out there than this? This is the longest standing and largest injustice that's ever occurred on the planet. So you have by far a good reason to say something and to speak directly about this. Hope that answers your question. Do I work with Joey Carbstrong? Yes, I do, Cassie. I work with him. He's my friend. He's my colleague. We talk a lot, and I love him very much. And I hope to collaborate with him in future again. He's doing great things. He's always been doing great things. And I'm glad now he's speaking more directly, more absolutely confident, and he's making waves. And I'm really excited for him as an activist right now. Moving on, what is the best way to exercise and tone up your arms and thighs while being in a wheelchair? I'm not sure. I'm not sure because I'm not a fitness expert. Okay, next question. Would you say that I'm still vegan if I eat a vegan diet, use vegan beauty and household products, but I use life-saving medications and treatments that have been tested on animals or contain animal products? Yes, you are still vegan, Cassie, if that's the case, that you're only using medications for the sake of necessity. That's what veganism is all about. Unfortunately, we live in a non-vegan world. I know that you don't want them to be testing on animals, and you know, that's something that you would opt out of if you had the choice, right? If they offered you two kinds of medications that were both life-saving, one not tested on animals, one that is, I'm sure you would choose the one that isn't. But you don't have that choice right now, and that's outside of the realm of possibility and practicality. And so you're still working within the definition of veganism here. Hope that helps. Yeah, Matt's asking about whether I have tried to bring this conversation up with major voices in the plant-based community, such as Rich Roll, Dr. Clapper, Dr. Gregor, London Real. No, I haven't. I've only just started this year sort of bringing everything that I've been learning over the last 4 years to fruition in my workshops. And last year was a huge development curve for me. From the beginning of last year, even before that, but one damn day in Amsterdam was when I really understood all of this, this whole direction I'm on right now. I really understood that this is the correct way to advocate. And so, yeah, I feel like I haven't been doing this for long enough, but basically I'm ready. I'm ready to speak to anyone and everyone about this. I'm confident, and I'm down to address this with anyone who wants to. Hope that helps. The best documentaries or movies you've watched about veganism? Well, movies. There's an interesting movie from back in the day called 12 Monkeys with Brad Pitt. There's definitely a vegan message in there. That's a classic movie. You should see that. But documentaries, I'm going to recommend Dominion. I'm going to recommend, Joey just put up one called Violated. I'm going to recommend Earthlings, but it's a bit old now. I'm going to recommend The Best Speech You Will Ever Hear, which is not really a documentary or a movie, but it's a fantastic lecture that everyone should listen to on YouTube. And I'm going to leave it there. Oh, and my last one is Carnage. That's a fantastic movie. Carnage is a masterpiece, really. You should watch it if you haven't seen it. Paula, any good YouTubers, vegan YouTubers? Joey Carbstrong. Other than that, Hudson Tarlow. There's a whole bunch of other people I could mention, but not off the top of my head. The most common excuse people say about not becoming vegan, it's anything under the umbrella of being a human supremacist, thinking that humans are more important and more special than animals who suffer exactly like they do. So, yeah. I think the number one excuse is God says it's okay. But it's actually become number two in recent history. I think plants have feelings, and the humane murder situation, like that excuse. Oh, they're killed quickly. Oh, I agree that they shouldn't be abused, but they can, but not all industries are bad. They kill them humanely, don't they? Really quick death. That's the common excuse. But they're all excuses, and they're all typical, and it's all under the umbrella of human supremacism. What do I think about Simon Cowell, who ate a vegan diet, lost weight, and then added white meat back into his diet? What do I think? I think he's just like every other non-vegan. I think he was trying out a plant-based diet for health reasons, and he didn't make the connection to what animal abuse is all about and the injustice there. I think that celebrities saying they're vegan is usually a problem because they represent veganism in the poorest way. They make a mockery of animal rights, and they make a mockery of the idea of standing up for animals. Live stream on Instagram is going to end in less than 2 minutes. When it does shut down, I'm going to relaunch the live because it only gives you an hour on Instagram. Instagram, make sure you go over to the bio on our profile, click the link and join me in the Zoom room. If you have questions, drop them in the Q&A section. I'm just going to end the live stream now, actually, and then I'll come back. I'll launch the live once again. All right, moving on. I'm also interested in doing a cube. What do you recommend in addition to social media to get active in the meantime? Do you recommend the same approach with friends and family? Otherwise, who else can I call out for their abusive behavior? Good question, Matt. Yes, you should absolutely use this in all facets. This applies not only to outreach. In fact, street outreach is just the rawest form of communication. If you can do street outreach effectively, you can do this in any platform, in any format, period, end of story. I'm so confident about that. That's actually a big point I'm going to make this year. I want to make sure everybody understands that outreach is the rawest form of communication. If you can master this, you can talk to people on any platform, on any format, and at any point you can address this issue with people. So yes, your family and friends, I would recommend being active as fuck on social media during this time. I'm doing things like this to help get everybody's morale and knowledge of this approach up to date and give it a boost. Like, I know that you guys watch this stuff and you want more information, so I'm going to do that. But if you have any ideas, Matt, let me know. Beyond that, challenge people on your Facebook to debate you about veganism. Do interesting things like make a post and say, if you're willing to debate me, then join me in the Zoom room, and then create a Zoom room and then have people join you and then debate you, and then record it and put it up online. I have some ideas beyond that, but we're working on it, and we're going to talk more about that this week. Start a podcast, do something. Right, so I've already answered this, but this is a good question. I mean, for me to just double down on and make sure that you guys really understand this. So the question is, the question from Kyle is, how do I restrain myself from getting into arguments about veganism when it comes to health? I can't seem to help myself because I know a whole foods plant-based diet is healthy and there's scientific evidence to prove it. But non-vegans always resort to health once the morality of eating animals comes into play. I feel like if I prove to them that it is healthier, they might be inclined to test out veganism. Because every time I bring up the ethics, they make ad hominem attacks, avoid and deflect the questions that I ask. When it comes to health, they always have a rebuttal. When it comes to health, they always have a rebuttal. Just making sure I read that correctly. When it comes to ethics, it's just morality is subjective and that's where it ends. Well, Kyle, this is exactly why I'm saying to never talk about health and to never talk about environment as much as possible. Because whether non-vegans are doing this consciously or subconsciously, they're anchoring the conversation away from accountability to something that's obviously wrong, which is the animal abuse. So the fact that they don't want to talk about it, the fact that they don't want to go there is exactly why you need to go there. And they can say morality is subjective, but then all you need to say is, well, what if you were in their position? Would morality be subjective there, or would you just want to not be stabbed to death? You know, it's pretty black and white when you put yourself in the victim's position. They may not be open to answering open-ended questions if they're just shutting down and they're giving you these kinds of morality subjective arguments. Then it may be just the case that you need to make statements and tell them what's up. You know, you may need to just tell them what they're contributing to. And this is exactly why it's taken so long for people to go vegan, because yeah, of course they immediately don't want to talk about it. You're making them feel guilty. This is how guilty people act. They run away from the truth. We kick and scream, don't we? Well, not we, but people who are not vegan kick and scream to face the truth. We do it in other areas of our life, but it doesn't lead to the harm and suffering that it does in this case, like what non-vegans are contributing to. Nowhere close to it, right? This is the biggest injustice on the planet by far. So Kyle, I hope that answers your question, but I'm just simply going to tell you, you need to get more focused, more effective on bringing it back to the animal rights issue. They can make all of the ad hominem attacks that they want. You can just say, you can just point out the fact that these ad hominem attacks are being made as a result of their guilt. And that's how you perceive it. And again, all you need to do is just ask them if they were in their position, if you were the one getting stabbed to death right now for no other reason than morality is subjective, then how would you feel? How would you feel? Hope that helps. Luke is asking, Luke asks, can you speak about honey and how to respond to someone saying honey is okay? Well, honey is a product produced by animals. They produce honey for their own species to consume during the colder months in the year when they have a lack of food. And they also do this in the presence of the queen bee. And the queen bee, in order to stay in one place, has her wings ripped out, usually. Imagine if your mode of transportation, your legs, were just ripped off your body. This is what we do to wings of the queen bees. And honey is it's not necessary, and it's an animal product. Also, honey farming diminishes the bee population, and bees are absolutely necessary to our ecology. And that makes it even more of an animal rights issue, the fact that we're diminishing this entire species for the sake of honey. Hope that helps. They torture bees in the bee industry. They kill large numbers of bees, and they feed the bees usually with a honey substitute to replace all the honey that they just made, that we steal from them. Yeah, and we replace it with a honey substitute, which is just sugar. Like they use rice malt and things like that. Choco, How do you get loved ones to take animal rights seriously who otherwise consciously try to avoid responsibility? Further to that, do you use a similar accountability approach? Yes, I do. The problem, though, is that I don't have much of a relationship with my family, so I don't talk to them all that much. And this is part of the reason. But and I'm only just now building my relationship back up with them. I hadn't talked to them for well over a year and a half, I think it was. So only until like months ago, I'm now talking to them again. So when I do have more of a relationship with them, then I will definitely be holding them accountable and expressing to them that, you know, I can't have a relationship with them anymore if this continues to go like this, and if they do not become vegan. And that's how serious I take this. But to answer your question, yes, it is the same accountability approach. It's no different. Hope that helps. If people say, I've started doing vegan, but I'm slowly easing into it, is it okay? That sounds like someone who's doing a plant-based diet, someone who's doing it for health reasons. If they are doing this for the right reasons, and that is because they want to stop abusing animals, then ask them what is stopping them from being vegan today. Oh, but I need to find substitutes. Would you take that position with any other injustice? If you understood that racism was wrong, child abuse is wrong, would you say, I just need to ease into it before I stop abusing children? Or would you just say, I'm going to figure this out and I'm going to work this out from today. I'm going to go to the store today. I'm going to buy all the vegan products. I'm going to do all my shopping and I'm going to eat this way from now on. I'm going to find all the vegan restaurants, which is easy to find. You can go to Google, type in vegan food near me. You can download Happy Cow. We need to stop pandering to the idea that it's hard to be vegan. It's the easiest fucking thing to do in 2020. I mean, we have vegan restaurants, or at least vegetarian restaurants, even non-vegan restaurants, like they're both non-vegan, vegetarian, non-vegan, you know, meat-eating restaurants will still be able to usually serve you a vegan meal. May not be the most amazing meal. It could be side dishes all put together, but you can still make it happen. And so my point is, if you're living in alignment with your ethics, which means you don't think that your life is more valuable and special than the life of a cow when it comes to moral consideration, when it just simply means you let someone live, when you're talking about life and death, then you'll make it happen. Because people won't make a shortcut on child abuse or racism or sexism either. They just won't. You know, if they know that their decision is going to lead to a knife being shoved into someone's throat and they're going to be screaming and choking on their own blood trying to fight for their lives, they wouldn't do it in any other situation. So why in this case is it something that people need to ease into? They need to realize it's 100% wrong, and that no amount of justification or easing into it, which is a justification for not yet being vegan, is going to be acceptable from the animal's perspective. Just tell them that if you're easing into it and taking your time to go vegan, just know that while you're taking your time, animals are still being tortured for you. Hope that helps. Okay, question regarding COVID-19 vaccine and the fact that it likely won't be vegan. Thoughts on whether or not vegans should avoid it? I don't have any thoughts on the vaccine, but I won't be taking it. I don't have any thoughts on that. I'm not educated on vaccines to the extent that I would need to be to answer that question, but I'm not going to be taking it. A friend of mine said to me today that she couldn't be vegan anymore as now it's too expensive due to COVID-19. I argued with her and it didn't end well. Any advice? Well, how did the argument go, Rebecca? I need more information, but I'm assuming that it's just on the basis that it's too expensive. That's a lie. That's obviously a lie, because you can go to the store and you can get rice, you can get potatoes, you can get beans, you can get greens, you can get bananas, you can get grains, you can get cereals, you can get a whole bunch of shit that is cheap, and it's probably the cheapest stuff that you can get on the shelf right now. So it's a moot point, it's a lie. And obviously that person that you're speaking to, your friend, is not connected to the injustice, because they're seeing this from a cost point of view. A cost point of view, really? If it was $40 more expensive every week for you to not be a racist or to not be a child abuser, these people would still not be a child abuser, not be a racist. They're being inconsistent, they're being hypocrites. If they were in the position of the animals, once again, they would not care if somebody had to pay $40 more per week to be a vegan. But and I'm just saying $40 because it's really not even more expensive. It depends on what you buy. So these people just need to be reminded, people who say this, they need to be reminded of the actual cost for the victim of their choice. And they need to be reminded of the fact that it's not actually more expensive. That's just a dumb excuse. What do you say to people who bring up abortion when you're talking about veganism? Totally separate issues, and we don't need to have a position on everything just because we want to stop animal abuse. So don't even pander to that bullshit. Just shut it down immediately. Abortion, I'm not an abortion activist. I don't contribute to babies being aborted or not being aborted. That's not even a relevant thing to be talking to me about. I'm talking about animal rights, which is something that is relevant to you, because if you're not vegan, you abuse animals, and that's it. That's what you need to do. Bring it back to animal rights. Hope that helps. All right. I'm chewing through these. Got a ton of questions still coming in Zoom. Instagram, what are you doing if you're not in Zoom with me right now? A lot of questions coming in on Instagram, but I need you to join me on Zoom and add them into the Q&A tab. How long have I been vegan and what made me make the decision? I've been vegan since 2013, and I made the decision because of listening to Gary Yourofsky's speech. And that's what instilled my understanding and motivation to do this. Hey, Britt, this question that is coming. So let me just read the question here from Britt. It's a pretty good question. My friend has been vegan for way longer than I have, but she does not participate in activism. I've gotten her to join small protests I organize, but she hasn't joined me at a cube yet, but seems very interested. I get a lot of hate from other vegans online, and she sees this and is worried to come out. She's very lighthearted. Do you have any suggestions of things I can tell her to motivate her more? I need to say to just focus on the animals and what the animals are going through, to just remind her that you don't get into this because you're trying to be liked by others. Being criticized by others is just part of this, and it shouldn't like, I know how it can feel to, your own people on your own team are supposedly working against you, but you will get over that at some point. You have to accept it. And what will motivate her, if anything, is being reminded of how much it would, how much her motivation would change if she was in the animal's position. So ask her to think of the animals and to speak for animals in the same way that she would want to be spoken for if she was in their position. Would she want to go to activism regardless of the little comments that she would get online? Just ask her that question. Hope that helps. Moving on. What's the first thing you'll do when staying at home is when the lockdown happens? Well, it's basically happening. We're not far off here in Australia. It happened in the UK. It's happening around the world. The first thing I'll do, I don't know how to answer that. I'm already doing, I guess I'm doing this. The first thing we did was like go shopping, take more measures to be cleanly and hygienic and sanitize every fucking minute when we leave the house especially, but we've just been indoors for the most part. What do I think of the term corona meat? I haven't heard the term and I don't know what that means. Has anybody ever shoved animal products towards my face? No. Will there be some information sent to the organizers on this approach, like how the Socratic method was broken down with examples? Yeah, the organizers, we're putting together an academy for our organizers, but at this point, the organizers are being asked to watch my workshop, which we just covered. And yeah, the AVA, the academy will break it down even further. Hope that helps. What's a good way to respond to animal products taste nice though? And then the question also says, I usually ask if sensory pleasure justifies animal cruelty. That's a good question. I'd also add, what if your flesh tasted nice to someone else and this is how they justified it? What if your flesh tasting nice was the only reason someone had to justify stabbing you to death? See, all I'm doing right there is making it about the individual. When we talk about sensory pleasure justifying animal cruelty, this is a philosophical discussion that doesn't really hold them accountable. So that's my modification to your typical response to that now. Hope that helps. Okay, that's not really a question. Tuli's asking how to also get their parents to go vegan. Hold them accountable. Hold them accountable. Mommy and daddy, would you actually stab animals to death for a sandwich? If you were the animal, would you want to not be stabbed to death for a needless sandwich? How do you ask them, how do you justify eating animals when you don't need to? Ask them the tough questions. Do outreach on them just like you would with anybody else. Let me know what you might be challenged with when you do that though, and I can help you. Hope that answers your question. My answers are so simple. I wonder if you guys are going to get bored with what I'm recommending, because what I'm telling you to do is so simple, and I want you to understand how simple this is. This isn't something that has some kind of special approach. This is activism. This is enslavement. This is murder. This is mutilation, castration, rape, children, babies being stolen away from their mothers, sexual violations. I mean, the list could go on. The list could go on. This is activism. This is holding people to account. This is holding people responsible for what they're doing. It's really, really simple stuff. I hope that that helps. How should I respond? How would you respond when a non-vegan says people have different views and that's okay? So again, they're trying to make this smaller than what it really is by trying to reduce it down to an opinion. So you just simply say that this is not an opinion. This is reality for these animals. For every one of those individual animals, their reality, their experience is that they're being enslaved, tortured, and murdered. And the best justification you have is that people have different views on this. How is your view on this any different than what's going on to them? From their perspective, they only have one view, and that's I'm being tortured and murdered, and why? What is the reason? And they just want it to end. I mean, I think we just need to argue from the animal's position, and that's all we really need to do. And when people say we have different views, ask them what their view is exactly. How do they view unnecessarily stabbing animals to death? What's their view on that? How do they view animal abuse? How do they feel about it? Is it wrong? Is it okay? Do more discovery questions, but also just bring it back to the fact that these animals and their point of view is that they're being brutalized, and they obviously want that to end. They want that to stop. So their view of it is pretty simple. So why would we deny their experience? Okay. If you guys don't understand what I'm trying to teach you guys, just let me know which part of what I'm saying you're having trouble with. Please let me know what exactly it is that you don't seem to understand, and I'll answer it as best as I can. Drop it in the questions. I'm nearly through all of them. I'm going to keep powering through these. Chrissy asks, how do you feel about family and friends? I'm struggling. I'm drip feeding and pussyfooting mainly due to health issues, and I need them to eat. But should I just be more direct and unforgiving? You said it. I don't even have to answer your question. You said it. You're drip feeding and pussyfooting mainly due to health issues. Well, that means you're putting yourself before the victims. Should you be more direct and unforgiving? How yes, because you wouldn't do it in any other context. You wouldn't do this in the case of child abuse, rape, enslavement of humans, murder of humans. So why would you not be direct in this case? Why would you dance around the issue? Stop putting human emotions and social discomfort before an actual injustice. Body parts being chopped up and put on a plate, body parts being consumed in the face of this injustice. And this is the largest injustice on the planet. I have to remind everybody of this. It's obviously the largest injustice on the planet, the longest standing, largest injustice by far. Being direct is the least that you could do to speak up for them. I hope that helps, Chrissy. If it doesn't help, let me know. You know, again, I'm here to answer your questions. So let's go through these. Are you going to be changing? Are there going to be changes in the cube in these times? What do you mean, Julia, by changes to the cube? We're not doing cubes right now for the most part. Do you consider veganism pro-life? No, not necessarily. It's just anti-animal abuse, anti-animal enslavement, anti-animal murder, anti-animal torture. That's all it is. It's about animal rights, non-human animal rights. Floyd is asking, is there anything I can do to participate without having a chapter near me? You can actually become an organizer and start a chapter near you. To do that, Floyd, go over to our website and send us a message through the website and express your interest. Yeah, Chucko. So I think, okay, so the marginal cases, or name the trade in summary, you take people's justifications and place them in a human context and find the lack of consistency in their morals. So what I'm asking you to do is basically the same thing, but instead of just putting it in the human context, put it in their context, in the individual that you're talking to. Because when you put it in the human context, it's just, again, it's philosophical, it's out there, it's not in here, it's not the individual that needs to respond to the question from their point of view. You know, when you put them in the hot seat, it becomes a lot easier for them to connect to this. So instead of putting it in the human context, I would say, just compare it to them. Would you, you know, when you put yourself into this context, do your morals continue? Are they consistent or not? Hope that helps, Chucko. Paul, what role does the word aggressive have when people refer to your activism? I don't know, I guess it does describe, I'm happy to take the word aggressive. You can call me an aggressive activist, I won't care. I think that's fine. But I've never, you know, like done anything that would deem, yeah, I don't know, I don't know how to respond to that. I guess I'm an aggressive activist. I am intense by nature. I think that that's just part of me wanting to, like, that's part of me being the activist that I am. Being a good activist comes from my anger. I'm very angry about what's going on. I put my anger into activism though, and that's what makes me effective. So yeah, I'm happy to wear that title of being an aggressive activist. Satsuma's asking, isn't mentioning health important, as there are still people who think you can't survive or be healthy as a vegan? Well, that's nonsense. And all you really need to say is that it is nonsense. I don't know why we think that giving them information about, like, scientific information is going to convince someone. They're not coming to us for that. They're only bringing that up because of the animal rights stuff. They're trying to justify it. We're not nutrition experts that they're seeking information from. We're animal rights activists. So to answer your question, all you have to say is that we have vegans who have all types of health issues that are vegan. Whatever health issue you're having, I'm sure it can be resolved on a plant-based diet. I'm sure that you can still eat a plant-based diet and that it won't be any worse off for you than it is currently. And then you have to quickly bring it back to the fact that they're needlessly abusing animals. How do you justify that? Just out of curiosity, what do you think would be the right thing to do if humans had to eat meat for survival? Well, we don't have to. And that's why I don't really want to talk about this as a hypothetical, because we don't need to, period. But I guess to answer your question a bit further, even if vegans were to live 10 years less because it wasn't as healthy, well, I would still take this option of being vegan any day of the fucking week, because I'd rather live 10 years less and die with integrity than to live 10 years longer and to have no integrity, to die a piece of shit. Someone who just lived off, you know, the violence that we cause to animals. I mean, you know, when you're not vegan, you approximately enslave, torture, and murder about 1,000 animals every year. So, you know, let's say you age until, you know, you get to 90,000 animals. 90,000 animals. That's how many animals you're responsible for. What studies are you referencing, Terry? Terry says, when I try to advocate, they usually cross their arms and want to leave. I'm sticking to ethics and pointing out logical fallacies referencing studies. What studies are you referencing? I would keep the statistics and information down to an absolute minimum, because what people are doing on outreach is verbally leafleting, and that's an issue. You need to stop verbally leafleting. That's not what activism is. We're not marketers or promoters. We're activists. We're not coaching people to become vegan. That's not how this works. It's not sports or business. Okay? What we're doing is we're getting people to feel guilty. We're getting under their skin about something that they can't justify. Studies aren't going to really help you to do that. Telling people how all chickens are murdered when they're murdered doesn't really help you. For example, telling people that chickens are 60 days old and we send them to the slaughterhouse. That doesn't really impact people. When you can imagine yourself being hung upside down and having your neck sliced open like chickens do, then people react to this. So I would say keep statistics and information, academic information, down to an absolute minimum. Stop verbally leafleting. Chrissy, health and nutrition to me is brainwashing though. Does it even help the penny drop that they've been duped and it's not entirely their fault that they've been ignorant to it? Well, the same could be said about the animal rights stuff. I mean, this is the thing, like the nutrition stuff has only been there to justify what's happening to the animals. So all you need to do is bring it back to animal rights. You don't need to talk about health. The only reason why health is a discussion is because of the fact that animals are subjected to the violence that they are at the extent that they are. Well, Terry, you're being a little bit broad here. I'm not quite sure exactly what you struggle with in this approach. What part of it do you struggle with exactly? People might gravitate towards a person who seems more gentle in their approach, but ultimately we need to tell them the truth. One sec, guys. Yeah, you ultimately need to tell them the truth regardless of how they respond. You might think that them responding with, you know, again, like I was saying before, if people respond with some kind of affirmative, yes, I agree, I will go vegan, that doesn't mean that you've succeeded. That's not what you should be looking for. You just need to know that people have heard the truth, the absolute truth, and that's the best that you need to focus on as an activist. That's how you get under people's skin, and that's what gets people to go vegan, getting under people's skin. And I hope that that helps. How do I deal with ignorant and stubborn people? Same way I deal with, they're all ignorant and stubborn, aren't they? Doesn't matter which group of people we're talking about here. They are all ignorant and stubborn if they're not going vegan. How do you deal with that? You just continue doing your work, Lewis. Keep focusing on telling people the truth. Keep focusing on speaking directly. You can't change people, you can't force them to change. This is the best that you can do to get them to the point where they need to take action. And I deal with these people the same I would with anyone else. Terry, what I'm teaching you is a one-on-one thing. It applies to everything. What I'm teaching you applies in all scenarios. Some of these I've already answered, so I'm just going to move beyond because I've got still so many questions to go through. So I'm not going to answer questions that are slightly different. I haven't seen that one, Cassie, but again, this goes to show how people would never wear the label of being an animal abuser. They would never want to wear that label. They would never do that in their own good conscience. Do I think vegans should get into relationships with non-vegans? No, I don't. I don't see why people should be doing that. I think I used to have a rule when I was dating, if people didn't go vegan, if the girls that I was dating didn't go vegan after the first date, I wouldn't see them again. I don't care how attractive I found them. Because again, people need to understand how wrong this is. How are you going to get people to get the message? You know, if you want to do more than one date with someone, okay, but don't enable the animal abuse by making them feel comfortable. Okay, just be very mindful of the fact that you are enabling animal abuse. The longer that you are with them and you make them feel comfortable about what they're doing, by default, you will make them feel comfortable if you don't hold them to account for that. And this is one way you hold them to account, is not choosing to be in a relationship with someone who is abusive. You wouldn't be in a relationship with someone who's a racist, someone who's a child abuser, someone who, you know, is abusive and violent in any other capacity. So why would you do it in this case? Is it worth to wait for someone you're dating who says they'll go vegan eventually? If they're saying they're going vegan, you need to pull them up, hold them to account for the fact they said eventually. Why eventually? How can you get someone to move faster in that direction? By holding them to account for the fact that there is no justification for them to take longer than 3 seconds. It doesn't take long to understand that it's evil. And therefore, from that point on, it's just a matter of aligning your actions with those values. And that's as easy as fuck to do. You've got Google, they've got you they can talk to. They've got a supermarket on every corner of, like there's supermarkets everywhere. They can easily find vegan food. It's not hard. It's the easiest thing in the world to be vegan. We need to stop acting like it's hard to be vegan. Stop perpetuating that, please. It's so fucking easy. I can't believe how easy it is to be vegan in this world. And yet people are acting like they need to take longer to do it. Just because you've been doing this for a long time, it doesn't mean it's hard to be vegan from this point on. In this modern world we live in, especially in 2020, it's beyond easy, beyond easy. Most people eat mostly plants anyway in their diets. To think that people aren't eating already mostly plants is insane, because you can't really, you know what I mean? So people are just cutting out the animal products. It's that simple. The Paradigm Shift asked a good question about the cards. Yes, we are updating the cards and we're taking Cowspiracy and What the Health off. We're also updating our website. It's happening. It's in the process. Is AV Spanish going to stop working on IG? Yes, we had to shut down the Spanish page because we currently fund 3 staff members to manage that, and it's not working out for us. We barely get any traction on that page, and we're just spending way too much time, energy, and resources and money on something that doesn't really yield results for us. We would rather just focus our energy on what we do and what we do for English speaking countries. We want to work with people as best as we can, but we need to also do this for other languages. And where do we draw the line? Because we started with Spanish and now we need to consider other languages, but it's just too much money, time, and resource, too much of an effort on our part for us to actually do it. It doesn't work out for us long term. We've been doing the Spanish page for a long time now, and it just hasn't worked out. So yeah, unfortunately we had to archive it. It's not going to be deleted. It's just going to be archived. So all of the posts will still be on there. Yeah, David, you answered your question with regards to your second question. You answered it for yourself, and that's what I would say also. With regards to people who say that veganism is also about humans because sorry, hang on, you say, oh, okay, when vegans say that veganism is also about humans because we're also animals, tell them to stay the fuck in their lane, to stay the fuck away from animal rights if that's the way they think about animal rights. This is ruining our movement. People who think that animal rights is also about humans. It's fucking not. It's a non-human rights movement. I mean, this is what you should say to them. Do you not think that the animals deserve a cause that's dedicated to them? Do you not think that the largest and longest standing enslavement and Holocaust that has ever occurred doesn't deserve to have a cause that's just focused on them? This is the selfishness and the human supremacist attitude within humans that keeps rearing its head when vegans try to make veganism about vegans, about humans, about anything other than non-humans. So don't let them do that. Just remind them about what this is all about. It's really simple. And I think you already answered your question, your second question at least. And will I ever come to Austria? I don't know, maybe. We're going to come to Germany. We were planning to do that this year. So maybe. What are my views on the Liberation Pledge? For those who know about the Liberation Pledge, it's just not eating with non-vegans in order to not normalize the act of eating animals. Yeah, I don't think if people want to eat with me, they eat vegan, and that's how you should act as well. You need to normalize veganism, normalize not eating animals, and that's how you do it. Don't enable. I don't wear this fork, and I didn't do the Liberation Pledge, but I've been doing that since I've been vegan. I don't sit and eat with people who aren't eating vegan, and that's never happened, and I'll never do it. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate your questions here. What time is it? Wow, I've been doing this for nearly 3 hours now, right? I'm gonna hopefully wrap up these questions, but they keep coming in. Damn, so many questions. All right, I'm gonna keep powering through these as much as I can. Is Challenge 22 any good? I've seen you guys promote it, but have never used it. Yeah. We don't like that they use the language that they do. We feel it's actually counterproductive to achieving a world of justice for animals. But they seem to have a good success rate at maintaining people and keeping them on keeping them on track. But we're going to be creating our own support system soon, because we don't like the idea of telling people that, you know, it's a challenge necessarily to be vegan. It's really not. Once you think of the animals, it's the easiest thing in the world. When you put yourself in the victim's position, when you think of the victims, it's so simple. Do you think political correctness helps or hinders vegan advocacy? I think it absolutely hinders advocacy, because this is not about politics. I'm not a politician. I'm not a fucking politician. I'm an activist. I never cared about politics. I never have. And it has no place in the animal rights movement, period. End of story. Awesome, Chelsea. Thank you for your question, which was really a comment, Chelsea Rose, but I love it. I'm really glad to hear that. All right, moving on. JP's asking me, have I ever thought about taking over where Gary left off in regards to educating students? Very direct and no bullshit. Do you think that would help? I have thought about doing lectures for sure, but I'm really enjoying what I do as a street activist. I'm mastering my craft here. This is my form of activism, and I'm trying to master this. Shout out to Laura Louise, 3 a.m. in Ireland. I appreciate you. And I'm glad that you're holding the vegan flag up in Ireland, even when people are making a mockery out of you. And just understand that people make a mockery of vegans in order to make a mockery of their own guilt. That's all that they're doing. You represent their guilt. And it's obvious that one would feel guilty about this. Don't let them psychologically bully you into feeling like this isn't as much of an issue as it already is. You need to keep strong and remember the animals are the ones who are the real victims here, not some fucking non-vegan who has their emotions in a twist, some butthurt non-vegan who heard from a vegan that it's unjustified to stab animals to death. Next question. What if someone asks you about ticks and how would you handle that? I'm not sure in what way would they be bringing up ticks. You know, insects are a different realm of animal. We shouldn't be killing insects needlessly, but if a mosquito is in my presence, I will kill them, because I had dengue fever recently and that really fucked me up. It almost killed me. And, you know, that's self-defense. You know, killing mosquitoes is self-defense because they're blood-sucking disease carriers. And it seems to be the only function that they have in this world. But for whatever reason they exist, they do harm us, and self-defense is justified. I've got a fly in this room that's been buzzing around this entire time. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I wanted to kill that fly because of how annoying that fly was, but I can't justify it. It's sitting on my knee right now. This fly is on my knee right now. Okay. See, I'm moving too quickly. I have an opportunity to kill this fly right now, but this fly is not going to harm me. You know what I mean? So why would I kill this fly? Why would I do that? Same response to ticks, I guess. Unless they cause harm, there's no justified way. There's no justification in harming them. I just need to open the door and let this fly out, which I'll do now. See, that was easy. Could have done that sooner. What would you say when a bystander quotes Peter's misuse of animals, we condone any misuse of animals. We don't care if an animal rights organization is doing it, we would still condemn it. We're not Peter. I hope that answers your question, Matt. We just simply shut it down. We don't condone any abuse of animals. If Peter's doing that, then we condemn that. We condemn that emphatically. We don't condone that at all. I was going to say we condone that. We don't condone that at all. Okay. My 4th live stream. I'm entering into the 4th hour now. On Instagram, this is. I'm just going live again. All right, yeah, moving on. Answered that already. August with the quote, I like it. Les asked, how do we feel about animals being used under the guise of therapy, like equinotherapy, or using dogs for blind people? We have, as an organization, taken a stance against the use of animals for service dogs, for example, or service animals. In the very name itself, it will tell you that it's wrong, because animals aren't here to serve us. It's not done with consent. We don't know if the dogs or the cats or the animals in general want to do this. And assuming as much is an error. It's a flaw, because of course we're putting ourselves first in that situation. So we condone that. So we condemn that. I'm mixing words here. We condemn that. Hope that answers your question, Les. Matt, what are your thoughts about Jainism? Have people ever asked you about these extreme cases, such as not driving because of the bugs on the windshield? Matt, existing in itself will cause some harm. While you sleep, you may swallow a bug. You know, you may roll over and kill a bug in your sleep that you didn't realize you killed. It's inevitable that you're going to cause some harm while existing as a human being. And so, yeah, so please make sure that you just keep it practical, you know, keep it simple when you're advocating. Make sure people understand that being vegan is simply a matter of avoiding animal exploitation. As much as practicably possible, right? But to answer your question about Jainism, you know, that's a religious understanding of animal rights. Yeah, they also don't eat garlic and onions. You know, that's not what we subscribe to. It doesn't have anything to do with animal rights in that case. So they seem to be kind of aligned, but as long as those people understand, and anyone you're talking to about this understands, that veganism is a practical approach to animal rights that anyone can adopt. Hope that helps. What up, Juan? Thank you. Appreciate that, man. I hope you're good out in Costa Rica. Hope to come out to Costa Rica at some point. Man, this tour being canceled put a damper in my mood, but I'm looking forward to the opportunity and doing more of these and taking this opportunity, you know, taking this this opportunity. Yeah, taking the time to make the most of this opportunity is what I'm trying to say. I'm glad that the workshop is working out for you guys. I've only just started though. I hope you guys know that. All right, moving on. My daughter, who is vegan, would like to say thank you for fighting and inspiring her to fight for the animals. Wow, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I read that before reading it. I'm going to try to get through questions here. I'm aware of the cruelty regarding bees' honey, but someone said if it wasn't for beekeepers, a lot of the bee species would be extinct by now. How do we debunk this? Thank you, Paul. That is absolute fucking bullshit. Before humans came along, the bees were doing just fine. Our intervention is not maintaining the bee population. Humans are the biggest cause of species extinction in both plant and animal species. And bees are no exception to that. That's just incorrect information. How would you address someone who eats a plant-based diet but runs a small business which sells animal products? I volunteer at a cube and often don't have much time with the person I have in mind to make all the points I want to in time. What are the main things you'd say to hold them accountable? Well, this person doesn't sound vegan. They eat a plant-based diet and they run a small business which sells animal products. Yeah, I mean, is any amount of animal abuse justifiable for the victims? How do we justify this to them? You know, this is the kind of question that you should be asking them, Ryan. You'd hold them to account just like anybody else. I don't want you guys to think that there's a special approach that we apply in different circumstances. It's the same nuts and bolts principle that we apply in each circumstance. And it doesn't matter too much about what you say, because the things that I recommend for you to say have already been broken down by others and said slightly differently in their own words. But the principle and the function of it, the nuts and bolts nature of it, is still there in all of the cases. And that's all you need to focus on. Hope that helps, Ryan. Gypsy. Gypsy saying, you know, I've tried showing my friends some really violent videos of cruelty, but it hasn't affected them because they're desensitized through video games and movies and things like that. How do you get through to them? Put them in the animal's position. Ask them tough questions about whether they would like it or not. If they were getting, you know, I keep repeating myself here. Exactly how do you justify stabbing animals to death for a sandwich that you don't need to eat? And what if it was you being stabbed to death needlessly? Oh, but animals do kill other animals. Yeah, well, if I was in their position, I guess I would have. But you don't have to be stabbed, right? You don't have to be eaten. You don't need to do this to them, do you? I'm living proof as a vegan. There's millions of vegans on the planet. Stop making excuses. Stop being a hypocrite. Microwake, your question was answered already. You can watch this stream back. I shouldn't be taking questions off Instagram though. You guys know you got to go to the bio, click the link and join me in the Zoom room. That's where I need your questions to be put for me to answer them. All right, let's keep going. Damn, I still got a bunch of questions. Awesome. As a female vegan, finding an accepting boyfriend has been extremely hard. How do you suggest bringing up veganism on the first or second date? Well, you usually don't have to bring it up. Why? Because I'm assuming you're going out on a date at a restaurant. That's usually where people go out on a date. If you go out on a date with someone and you eat vegan food with them, it's bound to come up, right? And then how do you discuss the issue with anybody, with someone you're dating? You discuss it just like you would with anybody else. Yeah, and you know, it's actually more powerful of a thing to say that if you find me attractive and you want to continue dating me beyond this point, and this is something you'd say if you're interested, of course, I do need you to take animal rights seriously and to be vegan, because I will be damned if I'm going to be with someone who justifies stabbing animals to death for a sandwich that they don't need to eat. I'll be damned if somebody is going to do that, and if I'll be damned if I'm going to enable that. That's how you should talk. Yeah, you talk to them no different. It's actually worse in this case if you're going to be with someone, because you're enabling it. You're making them feel more comfortable about it, and they're going to remember their experience with you more so than someone else, perhaps, because they're spending more time with you. You know, you're getting more intimate with them. So it's very important that you make a strong point about this. And you know, I know that it might be hard to find a person out there, but there is plenty of people. We have the internet now. There is plenty of people that you can connect with. Just be patient. That's the other thing I want to say, is be patient. Make sure that you don't rush into things with people, and don't compromise on your morals, and don't forget about the victims. Don't turn your back on them for another person, for another dude. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. I would strongly suggest that you put yourself in the animal's position in any case when you're dealing with this. And if you forget, when you're in doubt and you forget which way you should be acting when it comes to this, that's all you've got to do, is just remember that animals are being fucking stabbed to death for no good reason. How do you work with someone who always answers with, okay, I'm a bad person, I don't want to talk about it? There's nothing you can do. You know, just, yeah, make sure that they do understand they are a bad person until they do take action and start being vegan. Just keep going, you know, keep going and don't give up. You know, like, there'll be more opportunities with this individual to bring it up and to hold them to account again. If they keep saying, okay, I'm a bad person, I don't want to talk about it, it's more important to focus on you saying the correct thing on behalf of the animals, regardless of how they respond. Hope that helps. How do you deal with non-vegan friends that you've tried to convert but have not been able to get through to, yet are still an influential part of your life? I've answered this multiple times now. They may be influential and they may contribute to your life in a good way, but long term, these people do need to be held to account if they're going to remain in your life you know, as a friend, you know, in a relationship. I don't have any non-vegan friends long term. I have some short-term non-vegan friends that I have in my life. Short-term meaning I've only known them for a short period of time. I'm not close enough with them for me to deem it necessary, you know, for me to hold them to account, because we haven't had conversations beyond simple acquaintance level conversations. So how would I recommend that you talk to them in the same way that I recommend you talk to anyone else about this issue? You know, you can tell them, look, I do have respect for you and I do care about the fact that you're in my life and you do influence me in positive ways. But there's one thing that I cannot avoid and ignore anymore, and it's the fact that you're not vegan, which means you are abusing animals needlessly. And how do you justify that? Because if I'm to justify being friends with you, I need to somehow understand how you can continue living like this when I know it's absolutely not justified to stab animals to death for a sandwich. You need to, again, it just comes back to that, you know, that conversation. I hope that helps. What about developing countries where there is little land that's available for growing and they eat meat because that is all they can find? I have been to some pretty barren and struggling areas around the world. What are those animals eating? This is nonsense, what you just said. It's nonsense. If animals are being eaten in those parts of the world, those animals are eating plants. If those animals are eating plants, we can eat plants. A cow, for example, eats far more than a human being would. And if we're feeding these cows to the point where they are old enough and fat enough, we can just eat the plants that these cows would otherwise eat. If there's land for them to eat, then there's land for us to grow. And veganism is about doing what is possible and what is practical. If it's possible and practical to actually grow plants, then they have a moral obligation to do so. I just want to say also, though, that we are talking right now using the internet. And I'm talking to you guys. You guys are in a modern world. So let's just focus on this first and foremost. We're not talking about advocating to people in impoverished parts of the world where they have barren land and all. Like, we'll get to that, okay? They do have their own struggles. But we're talking about the general populace of the world who can easily get food for themselves. And that's much of the world, isn't it? Okay. Tessa, I've answered the question for you multiple times. Many questions coming in about dealing with family. Many questions about how to deal with a boyfriend or a girlfriend. You talk to them in the same exact way. I talk to strangers on the streets like I talk to my friends, like I talk to anybody who's close with me. That's part of the reason why I'm effective on the streets. I know that it's harder to get through to family because they have more of a wall put up, but it doesn't mean that you should talk to them any differently. You should just express to them that this is something that really bothers you because you see it from the animal's point of view. You need to just, I keep saying the same thing, you just need to speak for the animals as if you were in their position. How would you like to be spoken for to your boyfriend, to your spouse? Let me know, because that's the best answer I can give you. you know, you've only been vegan for a small amount of time, but that doesn't matter, right? You now understand that animal abuse is wrong. You've made the connection. You understand that there's no justification. Now you know that it would be just the same as you being with, like, it would be no different than being with someone who is a racist or a sexist or a child abuser. Now that you understand it's wrong, it doesn't matter about whether we understand it to be wrong or not. It's wrong from the victim's perspective. Whenever we analyze an injustice, we need to analyze it from the victim's point of view. And so since the victims don't see this any different to any other injustice, they wouldn't, because they're being violently harmed and they just want it to end. And it's the same thing for Black people. It's the same thing for women. It's the same thing for children. It's the same thing for gay people. When they're being oppressed, they just want it to end from their perspective. And this is why we care about these issues. And you need to ask yourself, would you even entertain the idea of being with someone who continues to abuse children after knowing that it's wrong? Maybe you need to hold a mirror up more to them and bring them to the point of understanding that you've reached, which is just these simple questions that you need to ask them. And beyond questions, it's about holding people accountable. How would you feel if you were in the animal's position? Would you want to be with someone who needlessly abuses others for no good reason? Needless. Put the question on them. Hope that helps, Tessa. Gypsy, shouldn't people be held accountable for their actions related to? I'm not sure I understand the question there, Gypsy. Passionate, not aggressive, in my opinion. See, it's subjective. Some people think I'm passionate. Some people think I'm aggressive. Some people call me a terrorist for the way that I speak. I don't get that one often, but I have been called that. And yeah, it's subjective. Either way, I don't care. This is how I would want to be spoken for if I was in the animal's position, period. Okay. Questions keep coming in. August, good question. Do you think that it may be more powerful to say lives instead of animals? For example, with what you just said, 90,000 lives that you are responsible for instead of 90,000 animals? I'm going to say, sure. I don't think that it matters too much. Because these same people probably fucking think plants have lives as well, you know what I mean? But you know what you should say? 90,000 animals, or you could say 90,000 animal lives. And then as a caveat, add what I love to add, which is beings who suffer just like you do. Just to further illustrate the fact that these animals morally are the same, they're to be considered the same as the individual you're talking to. Someone asked, how do you respond to someone at the Cube when they say they don't feel anything when they look at the videos? They don't feel guilty. Well, to be honest with you, when I first saw slaughterhouse footage, I didn't really feel anything either. I'd been so conditioned. It wasn't the best slaughterhouse footage either, to be honest. But It was old and grainy. But once I imagined being in the animal's position, that's when it really hit me in the chest. It hit me in my heart. It hurt my heart to see that. And it scared me. And it hit me in the stomach. It made me feel the fear that these animals must feel. And what should you say to those people? What if you're in their position? What if your only crime was being a non-human animal, being born not human, and this was your fate, this was your existence? How would you feel? Julia's asking, are we going to make changes to street outreach when the cubes come back? Yes, definitely. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm helping you guys, and we're going to continue to make more of an effort to train people around this. How do I justify feeding my cats an animal product diet? You can't. Unless you have done all of the research that you need to do, and you have genuinely done all of the research that you need to do to find out if it's possible for them to eat a plant-based diet. And from my research thus far, they absolutely can. I've seen it done multiple times. I know somebody who has 30-something cats. They all live on a plant-based diet. You may need to look into supplementation. You may need to look at, but it doesn't, you may not even need to as well. You know, you just need to do all of your research and experimental research, because how can we justify killing thousands of other animals to keep one animal alive? Enslaving, torturing, murdering thousands of other animals who would be brutalized in a way worse manner than if your cat was to kill a bird, a wild bird. There's more torture involved to the animals that you go and get for cat food in a can or a bag or whatever. How do we justify that? We can't, can we? And I think that's the reason why you're asking me, is because you do sense that it's wrong. So I'm going to ask you to do all of the research in your power, experimental research as well, until you reach a point of absolute knowingness. You have to know this and the only way you're going to know this is if you do all the research. So do all of the research possible. Do everything in your power to make sure that that animal can be fed a plant-based diet. It is possible. In regards to the AV street outreach videos on Facebook, do you think that we could add footage of what the bystanders are watching on the screens to the video? Yeah, that's a good idea. We are actually doing that. We're going to be doing that more and more. That's a really good suggestion. Thank you. Yeah, that's a good point, Sarah B. I appreciate that suggestion a lot. Thank you. Yeah, I feel what you're saying there as well. Yes, I'm going to make sure that we make that happen more in our videos. Yeah, this isn't a question, but it's a good point. Esteban from Colombia is saying that Esteban is saying that they agree with this being the best way, being really direct. And I do it, this is what it says, I'm just gonna read it. I do it and people will get angry with me, but they will also realize the hypocrisy, just won't accept it in public. Exactly. Why would they? Why would they? It's something they need to face on their own accord. You know, it's really, really difficult for people to face their own hypocrisy and the abuse that they're contributing to. So why would they say it to us there and then? This is something that people need to do on their own accord. I mean, I'm not fucking here advocating for cats to be vegan. Okay, I'm talking to you, human beings. But again, how do you justify torturing, abusing, murdering, enslaving thousands of other animals in order to feed one animal? Because that's literally what is happening when you justify this in any way that you can say, oh, you know, cats' systems doesn't work, it's biologically not good for them. Yeah, I mean, again, this is something that most people who say this to me have not done the full research on this, both doing the hard research through information they can find and also the experimental research. And this is the least that we can do. You know, I'm not doubting that you haven't looked into this, but I know that it can be done. And look, I'm not an expert on this necessarily, okay? But I know that it makes no sense to justify doing this to animals when others by the thousand are being subjected to violence. I mean, if we speak for animals here, that doesn't align. It makes no sense. And it makes a mockery of animal rights. This is why Joe Rogan made this a bit in his special about vegans with cats. You know, he does have a point when it comes to that. But this is I'm talking to humans here, right? I'm talking about you guys. I can't advocate to cats. And, you know, even if you do feed your cat an entirely plant-based diet, if your cat goes out of the house, they may end up killing a wild animal. So cats are just little killers, aren't they? So my point there is that you don't need to add to the harm that your cat may already cause by also feeding them animal products if they don't need to eat animal products. How do you know if they need it or not? Do your research fully and emphatically. Inquire with others who are doing this successfully. And it wasn't like, this isn't just one individual that I know that's doing this successfully. I know plenty. So that's where my confidence comes from. Oh my God. Okay, so I'm going to read this comment because I think this is a good question, okay? I 100% disagree. Everyone I am around has given up more because being around me, leading by example, or have gone completely vegan. Let me read that again. Everyone I am around has given up more because being around me, leading by example, or have gone completely vegan. If you completely cut off ties, then they are never going to learn more or become more uncomfortable. Also, should someone refuse to be in a relationship with you because you don't 100% dedicate? This is important. I'm going to make sure I read this properly. Also, should someone refuse to be in a relationship with you because you don't 100% dedicate your life to ending detaining of immigrants and separation? No, you can learn more and you can do better. The difference here, the massive difference here, is that I'm not contributing to the detaining of immigrants and separation. I'm not involved in that injustice. Whereas these individuals are involved in animal abuse. If they're not vegan, they're probably putting pieces of body parts into their body right now, subjecting pigs to a gas chamber, cows to racks to have their udders attached to fucking hoses that suck and pull on their nipples all day. And they have their babies stolen away from them, enslaved, tortured, and murdered. I'm not involved in that. And wherever I am, by the way, I am open to discussing my hypocrisy in that regard. And if I am a hypocrite in that regard, then I'll end it. If I'm causing harm to anyone, discriminating against anyone, then I am open to addressing that, actually. And so living by example is just another way of saying that you put your social comfort before speaking up directly for the victims. You put you're asking for compassion more than giving it for the victims, because you're trying to keep things comfortable. And you're saying in this question that you don't have the opportunity to make them feel more uncomfortable. But how is it possible that you're making them feel uncomfortable just by simply leading by example? Leading by example is simply existing. That doesn't push people to become vegan. You know why? Because most non-vegans already know that vegans exist. So if that's supposed to be the effective way of getting people to go vegan, how come it's not working? People aren't going vegan just because they know about a vegan existing. We need to speak more directly, and we need to be willing to cut ties with people if they're not going to take this issue seriously. And this is how you build real relationships with people, when it's based on fundamental morals, fundamental respect, and moral consideration for others, real fundamental things, and respect for you as an individual, as a vegan. This is how you build real relationships. I'm talking about cutting ties with people who have had a proper chance. Dating is just like obvious, like one date. It doesn't take long for me to explain this to someone. I can do it in one date easily. We could end up having a 15-minute, 20-minute conversation about it in that scenario, which is more time than I usually have with a bystander on the streets. So it's perfectly fine to suggest that, to think that, after that, there's no point in seeing each other anymore. And that's the kind of statement that I would like to make with people. Hope that answers the question, by the way. I'm trying to convince my friend to be vegan, but she has so many eating disorders and has foods which include animal products. The topic of food is very sensitive to her, and even just telling her that there's vegan alternatives gets her to shut down. It's hard to approach her when I talk about veganism. Do you suggest? There's vegan alternatives is a how conversation. You need to focus, Katrina, you need to focus on why way more than how. How is easy. She can figure that out on her own. The reason why she shuts down immediately, just from you simply mentioning that there are vegan alternatives, is a major sign that she feels guilty. So I would then focus on that, why she feels guilty. I would focus on, again, I just keep saying the same thing over and over because it's so simple, guys. This is so fucking simple. Okay? You just need to focus on the animals and bring it back to that. I would ask them this. By the way, there are many vegans with eating disorders. And certain comfort foods, I mean, that's pretty telling if it's only comfort foods. It's not essential foods. These are comfort foods we're talking about. So I would say if there is a way for you to be vegan, how do we justify not doing that? I would say if you were in the animal's position, would you want humans to look for a way to not abuse them, to look at all possible ways to not enslave them, to not harm them? I hope that helps, Katrina. Okay. Not really. I'm not sure how to answer some of these. Naman is asking if we have registered the record of the 24-hour cube of truth in like the Guinness Book of Records or something. No, we haven't. No. What is my view on palm oil? I actually have the same view on palm oil as I do with any other oil. There's actually arguments I've seen both for and against palm oil that make sense to me. And I have seen evidence that, what is it, canola oil or one of the other oils is actually far worse. All of agriculture needs to be revisited. I don't believe that, I don't believe that that's justified for us to just pick and choose which part of agriculture we want to support and not support, unless there's direct animal slavery, animal harm that's confirmed. But from what I understand, all of the palm oil stuff, all of the conversation around palm oil that goes on in the vegan movement is based on hearsay. Usually it's not based on rock hard evidence. And that's why I just treat it like any other oil. How do I make money? I take a salary. We put this organization together and we take a salary. And people support us through buying our merchandise, donating to us, and supporting us financially to continue doing the work that we're doing. And I'm very grateful to be in this position to fight for the animals full time. August, you speak Spanish fluently. That's dope. You want to help? I'm not sure what that refers to. Your question came in like an hour ago. Still, this is how many questions there are. Already answered that. A Russian page wouldn't be possible at this stage, no. During outreach, I often find that people can be either really accepting or really confrontational. A lot of people here in the US can get confrontational. That's almost everywhere. That's everywhere around the world. How do you deal with that? You know, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how they respond. It matters what you say to them. It matters what you've left them with thinking. It matters that they understand the point, that they are animal abusers and they're hypocrites if they say they're against animal abuse, yet continue to try to justify it. And let them walk off and be pissed off, okay? Because at least someone told them the truth, and that might be the only time that they hear it. Hope that helps. Haters in the comments, your entire movement is complete trash. Just shut up. Nobody wants to go vegan ever. Well, factually, you're wrong, because many people have gone vegan because of this organization. So you're already factually incorrect. And you're on our live stream. You're here telling me this, okay? I just marinate on that, okay? And I'm also going to block you from this stream. Kazak. Yeah, I answered this. I already answered this. Kazak 90. I already answered this in this stream. I talked a lot about dating non-vegans, and I would never do it, and I recommend against it. I used to have a policy that on one date, if they didn't go vegan after that date, then I wouldn't date them again. I wouldn't see them again. And I was confident in my ability to explain this to people. And I knew that people would understand the whole message if I explained it to them. And once you understand it and you understand there's no justification, then after that point, what exactly is there to discuss? If you like me, then, and you want to continue to see me, then you need to take this issue seriously. It's no different to any other injustice. In fact, this is the largest and longest standing injustice on the planet. We need to keep reminding ourselves of this. Okay? Vegans, it starts with you and getting your mind right. And then non-vegans will follow suit, because the way we talk to them will change. And then the way they understand this will change. This is what it's all about. Check in with yourself first and foremost. Why don't you speak for animals in a way that you would like to be spoken for if you were in their position? Why don't you speak for animals in the same way that you would want to be spoken for if you were in their position? Why don't you do that? Address that first and foremost, and then everything else will fall into place, I promise you. You're welcome. I'm actually answering questions on Zoom because I still have a bunch to get through, but let's keep going. Lewis, what's up, my man? Do I think I'll be coming back to Atlanta, Georgia for the US tour once this all blows over? Hell yes, I can't wait. I'm so hyped for the US. My plan, once this blows over, is to go to the US. We'll probably start in LA and then we'll do a road tour. I'm going to drive around the United States and then head over to Europe for London Calling, and then one damn week in Amsterdam, and then come back to the United States for the 2 weeks of Truth event in New York City. And man, I can't wait for that. And I do think that this whole thing will blow over and that will happen. So I look forward to it, Lewis, and I look forward to working with you and your team. You guys are legends. Yeah, thank you, Lewis. I appreciate it. I'm glad my work is working out for you. How can I talk in a good way to non-vegans when I really feel mad at them? Watch my workshop back over. Watch this stream over once it's uploaded. I've given a lot of information, a lot of tidbits in here, so you can just rewatch this. How do you peacefully approach activism? So many family questions. I already answered that. Vanessa, just watch this back. You'll see the answers in this. How do you approach outreach with Aboriginals who live on a reserve and have higher food costs from shipping, especially with winter in Canada? Well, I'm assuming that the cost of shipping food would be the same for whether it's plants or it's body parts. The cheapest foods on the planet. Again, let's go over them. Rice, grains, potatoes, legumes, any kind of bean, okay? Basic fruits, bananas, one of the cheapest fruits on the planet. Just based on what I said there alone, you could eat a staple diet, a very well-balanced diet, and they are the cheapest foods on the planet. So what you just referred to was shipping. If someone said shipping costs though, well, I would just break it down in that way for them. And it's really, you know, about putting yourself in the animal's position. Again, Justin, you would ask them, you know, how would you feel if you were in the animal's position? Would you want people to search for a better way, to search for an answer out of this, to buy the plant-based foods and have them shipped instead of the body parts, the torture products? Hope that helps. Honestly speaking, do you ever find yourself exhausted from having to tell people to wake up constantly? There's moments where I just sit there and I think about this, but I still keep pushing on. Good question, August. You know, which line of work isn't bittersweet though, right? There's always some draining aspect to the work that you choose in this life. So that's how I see it. Activism is bittersweet in the sense that you constantly have to face the dark side of humanity, but it is, in this new approach that I'm teaching you, it is more satisfying. It is more satisfying because you're not pandering, you're not compromising, you're not apologizing in anything that you say. And because you're speaking on behalf of the animals in the same way that you would want to be spoken for, that's where the fulfillment comes in and the satisfaction comes in. I also find satisfaction and fulfillment in helping others like you. And I'm dedicated to a mission of seeing mass change as a result of this on the streets and beyond, you know, online. And the newfound mission that we have is to change the face of outreach, the outreach aspect of the Cube. Because the Cube of Truth has become viral, but the outreach aspect has gone in many different directions. So now we want to make it viral, this form of outreach viral. And, you know, I don't do this 100% of the time, you know, like in my day, all day, every day. You know, there's other things that I do. I listen to music. I like art. I basically have things that balance out my life. So, but again, this does simply come back to like how you would want to be spoken for if you're in their position. So that's why you keep pushing on, right? And this is the most fulfilling line of work that I've been in because of that reason. It's just so fulfilling to know that you're speaking up for the most deserving group of beings of their liberty. For the person asking about their marriage of 30 years and struggling for the last 3 years, I know what it's like to be in a relationship. I haven't been in one for that long with someone where the other person isn't taking this seriously. And I'm telling you right now, you need to get out. You need to get the fuck out. You need to make an ultimatum. You need to tell them that this is going either one of two ways. Either you go vegan and the family goes vegan because there's no other way that we can justify not being vegan. There's no way out of this. Or I am leaving. This is a massive statement that you can make on behalf of the animals. This is also a massive statement that you can make for your own happiness. How do you expect to thrive as a human being, emotionally, spiritually, mentally, when you are essentially living in a prison? You're imprisoning yourself. You are not living with liberty your damn self. You need to get out of that situation, but that's how I'd recommend that you do it. You put an ultimatum on the table. Damn, I didn't realize I'd be giving you guys so many relationship tips and family advice. I guess this is what you guys struggle with the most, huh? I hope that helps, and let me know if it does or doesn't. There is if someone's saying bacon to you at a cube and everything you say to them is not working, whenever you bring it back to the animals, if they're not reachable, you should walk the fuck off. Leave them with something to think about and walk off. Ask them which side of history they want to stand on. If they were in the animal's position, would they want this to continue or not? Just know every time you eat animal products, you are having animals stabbed to death. Leave them think about that. Walk off. Okay, I hope that helps. A few questions left. Thank you. Some kind comments coming in. The tour is going to be postponed, Aisha. I'm very keen to get back out there. Candy, I've already answered that question in this stream. I won't answer that again. Miss Charisse, what did I skip exactly? Let me know. Some of these questions I'm going to have to answer next time because they're too long-winded, and I'm getting to the point now. I've been doing this for 4 hours now. I only plan to do this for 3. So I appreciate all your questions. I'm going to just run through some of the shorter ones now, but the other ones I'm going to, and I've got 2 minutes left on Instagram. This is my 4th live stream. So Instagram, I'm going to say goodbye to you now. If you want to continue, I'm going to answer a few more questions. If you want to watch that, join Zoom. I appreciate everybody attending on Instagram. This has been interesting. DM us if you have any suggestions on how we can improve this. We're going to be doing a lot more of these starting today, and tomorrow is the next one. Much love, everybody, and thank you again. I'll see you in the next one, and I appreciate the love and support. You guys are awesome, and I'm glad that we're using this opportunity to work on what we can. You know, I hope that when we do get out into the streets, we have more vigor, more confidence when we speak up for the animals. Laura Louise has been watching for 4 hours up at night in Ireland. I appreciate it. All right, Instagram. It says 45 seconds remaining and it's going to shut off. So just letting you know that, again, if you want to join me for the rest of these questions, join the link that is in the bio, the Zoom room, and I'll answer them in here. 30 seconds, so I'm going to say goodbye again, Instagram. See you guys later. All right, next question. Jenny's asking me what my favorite food is. My favorite food is good quality fruit, and it could be, I have various fruits that I really enjoy, but I also really just love potatoes. I love different varieties of potatoes, and yeah, I just love eating potatoes a lot. And I heard David, Skinny Vegan Fitness, say this in his live stream the other day, and I was totally on board with that. That's exactly how I feel. Potatoes and fruit. Taking this opportunity during the quarantine as, taking this as an opportunity to show people how cheap and easy it is to live cruelty-free. So making recipes online, meals for the whole family, around $10 a meal. That's a really cool idea, Jenny. I'm using this opportunity to work on my podcast, to work on delivering more outreach training like this. And I also want to do something that we're working on, an idea where we debate non-vegans in this platform. Because as you can see, we get some trolls and some haters. I want to challenge them. I want to challenge them from the AV page. I want to debate them. So that's what I'm working on. Paul, share with us your thoughts on why the cause of this pandemic has everything to do with not being vegan. I think now is a wonderful opportunity for us to really connect with people on the virus and veganism. Go over to the Anonymous for the Voiceless page on Facebook and find the text post that I made, which covers this whole thing. I'm not going to read it out, but go over there and you'll find it. It's a text post that covers my thoughts on this situation. And that is basically a script that you can use to talk to non-vegans. You can say that to non-vegans about this issue. That's to Mikey. All right, already answered that. The tally will never come back, Andreas. The tally will never come back. It's not necessary because it focuses on the result and not the process. It also takes out of context. It muddies up what a good result actually looks like. And we need to change that concept of what it actually means to have a successful interaction. So that's why it won't come back. Christopher's asking, we know plants aren't sentient, but when people challenge this, is there a scientific source or organization we can use as a reference as proof? Similar to how we can refer to the dietetic associations as a source to prove a vegan diet is healthy for all stages of life. So Chris, this is a trap. You have to understand what's happening here. The only reason why non-vegans are saying this shit is because they're talking to a vegan. Let me just fix the lighting here. If you think that non-vegans actually believe that plants have feelings, you're getting sucked into a trap, my friend. Oh, Jesus Christ, that didn't help at all. I'm just going to turn it. You are getting sucked into a trap. If human beings actually believed, any human being actually believed that plants have feelings, how come we don't have a single group that works to protest against lawn mowing? That's their function. How come nobody spoke up against the plants being burned alive in the Australian bushfires? How come people who raised money to help with that situation were only raising money to help with either the animals or the humans who were affected by it? Why? Because people don't believe this from any kind of scientific position. They're just arguing this to deflect from the actual conversation that you need to have from them, that they know that they can't justify, which is the animal abuse. So you don't need scientific information. I used to say plants don't have a brain, a central nervous system. I said that in the workshop. But I think what Joey said during that workshop, during the Q&A, was actually more powerful. How would you like it if someone stabbed you to death and then said, well, plants have feelings too, so it's justified? That's a way more powerful question. When someone says something about health, you can also just say the same thing. How would you like it if someone stabbed you to death and said, oh, well, it's healthier, even though it has been proven to be healthier to eat whole foods, plant-based diet? So they're factually incorrect. You don't need to say anything. You don't need to say anything that makes you come across as a nutritionist. You only need to state facts that it is possible to eat a vegan diet and to be healthy. Obviously, most people know instinctually that it's better to eat a vegan diet because everybody knows that fruits and vegetables, what we get taught from a young age, is healthier for you. So it's a distraction that they're doing, whether they're doing this distraction, that whether they're playing this thing consciously or subconsciously, they're doing it to distract you from what they know they can't justify, which is the animal. So don't pander to it. Don't play into it. You may want to just debunk it quickly by saying, you know that plants don't actually have feelings. They don't have a brain or a central nervous system. But how would you like it if someone stabbed you to death and then compared you to a carrot and said, well, carrots have feelings too, so I guess it's no different? And I hope that that answers your question, Chris. Irene, Irene's question is, well, Irene, I've already kind of covered this, but please don't hold back. That's what AV is all about. You're not representing us in any kind of bad way. You know, I'm imploring you to be more direct with people. Being forceful is just driving the point forward. You can't force anybody literally to go vegan. So just be direct and be as direct as possible about what's going on. Speak for animals in the same way you'd want to be spoken for. And again, I implore you to do that, Irene, and thank you for asking and posting that question, but I hope that that does help you. No plans to visit India yet. Already answered the plants have feelings argument. Julia, no, it's not possible that agriculture kills more animals than animal agriculture. That's complete bullshit. What do those animals in animal agriculture eat? They eat plants. They eat a lot of fucking plants. So no, it's not possible. August, the whole use and abuse thing is nonsense. People need to just be explained to that all use is abuse and therefore we just call it abuse. If they start saying, well, you know, chicken's in my backyard and I just get some eggs from them, well, what's the problem? That's abuse too. And you just need to explain it how exactly that is abuse. If you're not sure how to convey that, let me know. Andres, yeah, Zoom of Truth. Zoom of Truth. We're still trying to put together how this will work, but like a debate type thing. Yeah, we're still trying to work it out, man. I'll let you know if we can include you. I appreciate it. I'm not sure what vermiculture is. Someone's asking if that's vegan. Not sure what vermiculture is. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Appreciate it. I made a post, Chelsea. I was just saying before, if you have a look on Facebook, you'll see my post that I wrote about this. It's basically a script that you can use. You can say that to non-vegans if you like. I'd recommend it. What if you have an ant problem? Ant problems can usually be solved by changing your environment. Ants are usually there for a particular reason. Just change that reason. Do you have crumbs around? Do you need to clean your place because you've got food scraps that are left around? Is there sugar left on the countertop in your kitchen? Find the source of the problem and then the ants will go away. I work at a 100% vegan-led company, but most of my colleagues are in favor of a pragmatic approach, flexitarian first and vegetarian. It doesn't work, man. Do you think that the mindset would affect a company like mine negatively? No, I don't. I absolutely think it would improve. Right now, your company is taking long-term, I mean, you're asking me here, I'm an animal rights activist. I'm going to tell you straight up on behalf of the animals that it's not acceptable, regardless of how your company will be affected by this. It's not morally acceptable to advocate in that way. We wouldn't advocate that way with any other injustice. We wouldn't say that taking your time is okay when it comes to child abuse. And pragmatic approach doesn't work. This is a pragmatic approach. Why? Because when you tell people the absolute moral necessity of them being vegan, then usually people do less anyway. So like if they're going to do less, then you need to tell them where the bar is set, and then they will do less on their own accord. We shouldn't be telling them to do any less, right? Okay. I think I'm on the last question now. Yeah, that's it. All right, guys, last question, and that was done. Hope that helps. This was interesting as fuck. There's only a few questions, but they were too long. I'm going to answer the next one. It'll be the first ones that we answer. But again, thank you, and appreciate you guys being a part of this stream. I answered 125 questions, and there's 6 more that I'm going to answer next time. YouTube, I know that I haven't even been seeing what you guys have been saying over on YouTube. I chose to go live on my own personal YouTube, but we attempted to do this time was supposed to be on Facebook actually. So might happen next time that we end up on Facebook, but we'll see. We'll see how this thing plays out. I'm going to end this now. Thanks for joining. And I hope this whole workshop has improved your communication and your outreach ability in some way. Much love.